Are we live? I believe we are. Happy New Month, everyone. It's a beautiful day and the perfect day for the African Business Month. I am extremely honored to be here, having to talk with each and every one of you. This is a very huge honor for me. And I am sure that we are all excited to be here. First of all, we've selected seasoned speakers just for the African Business Month. And I would like each and every one of you to stay tuned to the very end, meet with the speakers, and meet with each exhibitors. Without further ado, I'd like to share the presentation I have here. All right. So the African Business Month Conference seeks to integrate all resources in promoting African businesses in Africa, in Europe, the Caribbean, Pacific, and around the world. I would like to introduce our very first speaker, the founder of the Global Pan-Africanism Network, the convener of the African Business Month, as he explains to us what bettered the African Business Month, how it came about, and giving us his welcome speech. Mr. Daniel.
Thank you very much, host Bidemi, for hosting this important program. Greetings to all distinguished guests, exhibitors, and speakers that will come after me. I welcome you all to the launching of the first ever African Business Month conference. May you gather the strength to invite others and stay with us until the end of the event, as this is an extraordinary moment and not an ordinary day. Before I go further, I'd like to explain why Africa needs the African Business Month and why it matters. Africa has a big domestic market that possesses significant opportunities, but we are producing too little and buying everything from outside. Currently, Africa accounts for 2% of the world's production and 2.6% of the world trade, even though 16.3% of the world population is living on the continent. In terms of economic integration, Europe leads in interregional trade, with 69% of trade arising from the continent, while Asia follows with 60% of regional trade. Africa interregional trade remains 16%. And in order for Africa to begin realizing economic advancement, we must begin to trade with each other, from Africa to the Caribbean and in the African diaspora. And this is why Global Pan-Africanism Network established the African Business Month to promote African businesses and to ensure that we begin to realize the dreams of our forefathers who fought for independence of Africa. And when they are fighting for independence of Africa, they are not just fighting for political independence. They are also fighting for economic independence. And Africa does not have the economic independence. This has been revealed by coronavirus pandemic. We have seen African economies crumbling. And this is what has made the African nations to realize the importance of trading with themselves. Africans need more than ever to begin trading in themselves, to realize the importance of supporting their own businesses, supporting their own manufacturers, and supporting their own products, the Made in Africa products. And this is why the African Business Month is here, to provide a platform for African businesses to be able to showcase their products and services. And by doing that, we are uniting people of African descent in accordance with the vision of Global Pan-Africanism Network. And at the same time, we are empowering ourselves economically. And the only way that we can liberate ourselves is to begin our economic emancipation, which comes in we Africans believing in ourselves and realizing the importance of trading with each other, supporting our own, and also empowering the young people to reach their full potential through entrepreneurship and encouraging young people to start their own businesses instead of relying on their parents, because we need to create the mentality of self-reliance, and completely discard this poverty mentality. This kind of mentality that makes Africans believe that we can only become job seekers and we can never create our own opportunities. We need to challenge ourselves and begin working towards self-improvement, utilizing Pan-Africanism as a catalyst for promoting the continental free trade area, and ensuring that Africans own the development process. Because if foreign multinationals come to Africa, they come to serve their own interests. They might create millennial jobs for Africans, but this will not benefit Africans much. If only that we can begin owning our economy, then we'll begin to realize the economic progress that Africa needs. Africa is in so much need for infrastructure, its own technology. We are an Western domination, and the only way to end that is to unify all people of African descent and begin to build our own businesses, setting our own economic infrastructures, our own technologies, ensuring that we develop the industrial capability to produce the same way Europe is producing, to produce the same way Asia is producing, and to trade with each other the same way Europe is trading with each other, the same way Asia is trading with each other. The moment that we begin trading with each other, then poverty will begin to elude us, and we'll begin to realize economic benefits that come with the continental free trade area. United States of Africa appeals to African countries to sign the Free Movement Protocol so that it can facilitate the continental free trade area, because we cannot have goods moving freely when people are not moving freely. The movement of people is paramount to the success of the continental free trade area. And at the same time, we need to look into ensuring that we implement the African passport. We saw that the African Union launched the African passport, but it didn't get further than the launch than the launch on. So we need to see that implemented, and the African passport being rolled out to Africans, which so that it can facilitate easy movement of people and goods. And at the same time, we call people of African descent around the world to take advantage of this opportunity that we have provided and promote their own businesses. African Business Month was established to provide a platform for African businesses to showcase their products and services. The ultimate goal of African Business Month is to inspire industrial revolution and encourage Africans to embrace goods made in Africa. Due to the impacts of colonialism, many Africans have come to believe that foreign goods are better than those produced locally. But this mentality has to change to pave way for the intercontinental free trade area, for the continental free trade area. Let the African Business Month inspire a true Pan-African spirit and African nationalism. The African Business Month is hereby launched. Happy African Business Month. Thank you, host, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Mr. Daniel. There you have it, the founder of the Global Pan-Africanism Network and the convener of African Business Month. This is just the beginning of something great and powerful, and I'd like to encourage everyone watching to grab this opportunity and leverage on the platform that we are making available to everyone. Without further ado, I would like to introduce myself to you. My name is Bitemi Adedire. I am from Nigeria. Mind you, I'll be asking some of us that are participating where you are listening to us from. So be quick to state what country you are listening to us from. So I'm from Nigeria. I'm a communication and idea strategist. I am also the founder of the Smile Outreach. The Smile Outreach is a nonprofit team. We believe in gender balance in all of our campaign activities. We are solely against cross-generational sexual relationship, and we are currently planning a nationwide program. I'm also a podcaster and the owner of Pods Niger. I volunteer with the Way Foundation as the Director of Media and Communications. So that is just very little information about me. And right about now, we'll be taking a break. Okay, so after which we'll be listening to our first speaker of the day. Please stay tuned.
Why? Let me tell you why. When I wake up every day to come to work, I wake up with joy and happiness, knowing that I'm going to the most beautiful place in the world. That's Splash of Africa. The reason why I go with joy there is because it's my own business, and because it's my own business, I take a lot of joy, not only in owning my own business and being responsible for myself and only answering to myself, but also I get to show people in Scandinavia the beauty about the culture of Africa and its products and services. Owning one's business is one of the best things you can do for yourself because it makes you self-reliant, it makes you independent, and basically it makes you happier so that you're working for yourself. So I would advise all our African youth, young couples, if you can, try to do something for yourself, try to build something that can make you proud and make your community, your family, and your friends proud. This is Edwina at Splash of Africa.
Welcome back to the African Business Month. This is Bitemi Adedire. I do hope you're having a wonderful time here. And very quickly, excuse me. Very quickly, I'd like to introduce the speaker. So, our very first speaker today. I hope we are excited. I am very excited because I went through her profile and I must say that I am wowed by all that she has been doing. Damali Ssali. Nice to meet you, Ma. Very quickly, I'd like to read a short biography of what you've been doing before we go straight to the show. Damali Ssali is an Ugandan Afro-optimist with a natural interest in business and supporting fellow women to thrive. She is a trade development expert with over 15 years of senior management experience. She started off in the financial services industry in the City of London, working with one of the largest hedge funds in the world. That's amazing. Later, Damali transitioned a career into trade development after obtaining an MBA from the Grenoble Graduate School of Business in France, where she specialized in innovation and entrepreneurship management. Damali relocated to Uganda in 2013 with the dreams of establishing a venture capital to support innovative young Ugandans with seed funding. Damali is an accountant by training. She is a fellow of the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, an affiliate of the Institute Public-Private Partnership, and a member of the Africa List. She loves nature, the Ugandan coffee, books, photography, and she is also a writer. Nice to meet you, Ma.
Thank you.
Yes, so very quickly, I'd like to, today we'll be speaking on African Continental Free Trade Area, yes, and Africa. You are an expert when it comes to trade development. What do you think of Africa in terms of its economic development as of 2020?
Great. Thank you so much for that introduction, first of all. And I welcome you and everyone who's joined in to the Africa Business Conference Month on a Sunday. I greet you, and greetings are sent to you from the sunny and beautiful Kampala, Uganda. I'm very happy to be here.
Basically, in
my opinion, the African Continental Free Trade Area is the greatest demonstration of Pan-Africanism since the creation of the African Union. And it has an enormous potential for economic development and transforming our lives as Africans. Just to put it into context, the CFTA aims to create a single market, which is expected to not only generate a combined gross domestic product of $3.4 trillion, but most importantly, to benefit over the 1 billion people on our continent. And the health and economic crisis caused by the corona pandemic has more than anything demonstrated the need for the CFTA. For me, my take is that the problems amplified by the corona pandemic have given us an opportunity to appreciate that Africa needs to trade with Africa. It has shown us the low-hanging fruits and the immense benefits of trading with each other. I am a firm believer in the saying that the obstacle is the way, and the greatest opportunities are often identified in the times of greatest crisis. I'm going to give you just 4 practical examples of this. The first one is, did you know that over 53% of Africa's imports originate from 3 locations, which have been greatly affected by the virus? That is China, India, and Europe. So where is our opportunity in this? It means that we need to identify the major products that we develop African value chains so that this 53% of trade revenue stays on the African continent. The second example is, did you know that oil, mostly unrefined crude oil, accounted for over 7% of Africa's gross domestic product by 2018? In fact, the average export revenues from the export of crude oil for Africa amounted to $117 billion. And then conversely, the African continent imported refined oil of $42 billion. Where is our opportunity? We as a continent have the chance and the opportunity to build refineries so that the oil producers on the continent sell a final product to the net oil importers on the continent. This will not only create jobs on the continent, but most importantly, the byproducts from the oil value chain are an economic sector in themselves. And we lose these byproducts whenever we export our crude oil in that form. The third example is, did you know that Africa is a net importer of pharmaceuticals and medical products? 80% of our medical products and pharmaceuticals on the continent are imported from suppliers. 3 major sources: Europe, India, China, again. This means that the health of the people of Africa is dependent on other countries. Therefore, if there is a supply chain glut where all countries are trying to source the same medical supplies and equipment from the same suppliers, it leaves us on the African continent in a desperate position. Where is the opportunity for us in this? The opportunity is that the pharmaceutical and medical value chain on the African continent is highly lucrative and attractive. It should be prioritized. Any FDI should actually be looking at that. This will not only create jobs, but also it will reduce our dependency on imported pharmaceuticals. The fourth example is, did you know that Africa is a net importer of food, with only 15 countries on the continent being food exporters? Only 15 countries are food deficient. Our top food imports, incidentally, are wheat, rice, sugar, edible oils. Where is our opportunity? Interestingly, Africa also happens to have the largest tracts of arable land that is not farmed yet. So the food value chain can actually be catalyzed on the African continent. We have the land, we have the demand, we know what it is that we import, which is wheat, sugar, rice, and edible oils. It can be catalyzed. So these are three, I've given you just three essential value chains: oil, food, pharmaceuticals, that an Africa must ensure that it can rely on itself for these essential value chains. This situation can all be addressed through the implementation of the Continental Free Trade Area, with a focus on boosting intra-Africa trade and also prioritizing the removal of tariffs, at least 90% of them between African countries. If there is one thing that we must take from the corona pandemic, is that Africa must manufacture and produce what Africa consumes. Economic studies indicate that innovation has a very positive effect on trade, which in the long run increases economic growth. So for us as Africans to be able to fully realize the benefits of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, we need to be innovative. The entire global economy is actually driven by innovation. And with over 400 tech hubs that have sprung up across the continent, from Lagos to Kampala to Cape Town, it proves that we have the capacity and the capability to drive African trade and growth. We are actually innovative. However, and we as Africans also, in whatever capacity we are in, wherever we are, we need to make sure that we see the promise of the CFTA so that it doesn't stay on paper and that we focus on its practical implementation. Africa is one of the least integrated continents. Trade between African countries stands at just 16% of its total trade volumes. So the potential for free trade across the continent can be substantial. And studies have also shown that the removal of tariffs could boost intra-African trade by 52%. That is $34 billion. Also, studies have indicated that non-tariff barriers prove more of an impediment to trade than tariffs do. In fact, they say that tackling non-tariff barriers, African countries as a group could see gains of $20 billion each year just by tackling non-tariff barriers. So there are several things that we need to consider, and as we prioritize the implementation of the Continental Free Trade Area, so that we can see the fruits of this amazing initiative that we've signed on to.
Thank you very much, Ma.
So sorry, I haven't finished yet. Can I?
Okay. Yes, I'm listening.
So some of the things that, okay, apart from the tariffs, we have physical barriers such as rail, water, and water transport. We need to absolutely prioritize. There is no rail from Kampala to Kinshasa to Accra, and yet studies show that if you increase multimodal transport, it actually increases your exports by at least 3%. We also need to look at policy, and this policy implementation must be taken into account. It must be inclusive and take into account women. Women, we are 51% of the general population. We are highly entrepreneurial, and we promote development as long as we have an income. So we have to be included in the implementation of said implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. As an African woman, I'm greatly optimistic about our continent, and I feel that the realization of the benefits of the Continental Free Trade Area, we have to work towards it ourselves. And I thank you for inviting me to speak here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Damali. I wanted to ask something. We are innovative, yes. We are very hardworking in Africa, and yet somehow we are constantly importing the things we can manufacture. What do you think has been stopping us from doing that?
I think there are several things. Our innovation, I think some of the inputs we import, we require to be able to manufacture, but also the environments within which the manufacturers are working are very difficult. Okay. If I take an example of Uganda, say, for example, a local manufacturer has to compete with Chinese goods with European goods, which are maybe of a higher standard. So it's harder for them to compete here. Their goods may turn out to be more expensive because of the trade agreements that we have with these other continents. For China, automatically, the goods are cheaper. So a local manufacturer has to compete with that. And they have to increase their capital. Then they also a lack of finance. It's very expensive to actually have capital on the African continent. It's not free. It's not cheap. It's not 1%. In Uganda, finance is actually 23% interest rate. So imagine as a manufacturer trying to actually raise capital. That's a problem. And then also we need to work on the policy aspects of it. After you manufacture your goods, say in Uganda, how do you get them easily exported to DRC and Kenya, South Sudan, and Tanzania, your neighbors? Because you get a bigger margin when you export them to your neighbors than when you have to export them, further externally. But then we have a lot of NTVs between the countries. Exporting stuff from Uganda to DRC, it's amazing. The language issues, the physical barrier issues, the transport, just infrastructure, the roads. Then when you get to the border with DRC, the policy issues, it's different tax rates, different regimes. So it's very difficult. But I feel that when we implement the Continental Free Trade Area, and we harmonize. For example, one of the other things that has to be dealt with in the Continental Free Trade Area is the harmonization of the rules of origin. So if we determine that goods produced on the continent are all considered domestic goods, then goods traveling from Nigeria to Uganda, an exporter from Nigeria exporting, say, to Uganda, will not have to comply with any standards in Uganda. They won't have to pay any taxes in Uganda because they are domestic goods. So that has to be addressed. But now it's not, actually. So goods are coming from, say, if you're not part of the ESC, coming from Egypt to Uganda, they are taxed. So many things are imposed on them. And you may find, it's interesting that you may find that goods coming from Egypt to Uganda will have a higher tax than, say, goods coming from Egypt to Europe. So where would you rather then export? Yeah, you would export over there. Yeah, I see, it's ridiculous. Our taxes that we impose on each other's goods are so high, and we should remove that. Those are the tariffs which should definitely be removed. But then also we need to look at the systems. There are so many impediments to systems. So if I want to do my customs declaration so that I can export a product to the Central African Republic, how can I get a system that interfaces between Uganda's system and the Central African Republic system so that I do one customs declaration? I put it online, it's web-based, it's cleared, then my goods can travel by road. And unfortunately, right now it's by road. But what if there was a train actually that can get my goods there? And then I can clear them online and then I can interface. The rules of origins are the same, and therefore I don't need to, they're not considered foreign goods when they get to the Central African Republic. That will increase my ability to actually export. So, and those are the things we actually need to remove from ourselves to make sure that we can export.
I completely agree, Damali. Thank you so much. I can see that you're indeed an expert when it comes to trade development. So you mentioned something very, very interesting, the fact that we import 80% of pharmaceuticals into Africa. Here is the thing. Do you think Africans are capable of manufacturing their own drugs?
Absolutely. Without a doubt, definitely. Now, that other bit, the 20% you talk about, is actually African manufactured. So South Africa, Uganda, we have some countries that have prioritized these value chains. Uganda is also one of them. As a government, the government decided that they will prioritize the manufacture of ARVs because Uganda, in the past, we suffered a lot from HIV, and importing ARVs was very expensive. So they prioritized the pharmaceutical value chain. We're still importing a lot of drugs, but there are some drugs that we are manufacturing and exporting. Actually, we're exporting ARVs to Zambia, exporting ARVs to South Africa. So that 20% is being developed here, but there has to be incentives. Now, these countries, the few countries in Africa that are manufacturing drugs, the governments decided to prioritize the pharmaceutical industries in those particular countries. They incentivize them, they give them tax breaks so that they can be able to set up. They made sure that the stuff they are producing is not easily imported into the country. So for example, ARVs, if Uganda is manufacturing ARVs, then the government puts taxes on imported ARVs, so that is more expensive. That ARV is more expensive. Therefore, you encourage Ugandans to buy ARVs that are produced here because they're cheaper. So the governments also have a huge role to play in catalyzing the value chains. If they don't, then it's actually very difficult for the private sector to come in, and even if they wanted to benefit from, say, that such a huge gap, it's difficult if you don't have the tax incentive, the tax breaks, when the people who are the countries that are exporting stuff into your country have a very low also tax ban. So they have nothing much to lose to dump in your country all their pharmaceuticals, and yet you, the manufacturer of pharmaceuticals, has a very high cost of labor. It's very expensive. You don't get any tax breaks, no tax benefits. So the governments have to put those incentives, the environment, that environment to manufacture those value chains has to be prioritized. So that's why I feel that if these major value chains, I've talked about, I think, 3 major value chains of essential goods that we have to manufacture and produce on the continent and be self-sufficient. Those have to be prioritized at that high level, at the CFTA level, and then drill down into each country so that they are prioritized, just so the continent can become independent and self-reliant, especially for such essential goods. Because I do remember a time when hydroxychloroquine was considered something that could be used for corona, and then it was very difficult to order for it because everyone was ordering it from India. And imagine that. What if we had gotten this intense break of corona on the continent, and we're all ordering from India, and India can't send us that medicine because they also need it.
Have to take it.
Where would we be? So we have to prioritize our health. We have to prioritize the things that protect our health, protect our people, these value chains. And it's easy to do because the biggest thing that goes into pharmaceuticals, the inputs, they're on the continent. Those inputs for ARVs are actually on the continent. Oh no, for drugs are actually on the continent. Cassava is actually one of those inputs that is required almost for the starch. Almost every country on the continent produces cassava, or we can easily sell it to each other and actually, catalyze this value chain. There's no reason why we can't actually do pharmaceuticals.
From what I've been hearing, this is one way of unifying all African states. Yes. So, but I just have one final question before we go to our first exhibition for today. I'm very sorry that this is quite interesting. I would love to have this story. I would love to learn more from you at the end of the day. So my question is, what would be the first thing you would manufacture in large quantity and you're very sure can change a nation's revenue? What would be that one thing? You will start with not all of the things you've mentioned, but one thing you are sure that if we decide to go large with this particular commodity, if we export this in large quantity, we are sure to change our revenue as a country.
Okay, so I feel like it depends on the country. Each country has a different competitive
Let's take
advantage.
Uganda, for example.
Oh, Uganda, thank you. For Uganda, food. We are an agriculture basket. We produce a lot of food, and then we export it raw. So it always gets spoiled. Or if it's not taken off the farm, it gets spoiled, and the farmer then loses the money. I would go into agro-processing to make sure that actually the maize that is produced by that lady in that village can easily be processed in her village, and then we can export it to South Sudan, DRC. So I'll go into agro-processing. I would not target one particular agriculture product. I'll look at the ones we export the most, and it's maize that we export the most actually to our neighboring countries.
Okay, thank you very much. Amen to that. Thank you so much, Damali. So we can see now that we can see that the African Businessman Conference is in fact timely, considering that COVID has opened doors of opportunities for, I believe COVID has opened doors of opportunities for African states. And without further ado, I will be introducing us to the first exhibition of the day. If I'm right, that is Mr. Mukane. Yes, Mr. Mukane, you can hear me. Okay, so very quickly, Mr. Mukane is the CEO of,
VOC.com.
Yes, I can see that, VOC Limited. Please kindly tell us more about your business, your name, a brief description about you, why you are exhibiting, what you are exhibiting, and how we can contact you at the end of the day.
Oh, thank you very much. So excited to be on the African Business Month, and I've been following up on this. VOC.com was opened up by 6 young people optimistic about technology. One of the key issues is that we are constrained in Africa on the issues of technology. Like we are really left out when it comes to some key sessions when it comes on technology. I, Mukane Onesimus, and other people like what Paul Kenneth, we wanted to make sure that most people understand how technologies can play a very big role in developing and changing the way we do things. By the way, bioc.com, it's not bioc limited, it's bioc.com limited. That's how we put it. And the word bioc is a native language word in Uganda, a Lumasava, this word, simply meaning all.com. So in our language, it's bioc.com. So specifically, it's African, but with a .com on it. So we registered it as bioc.com limited, simply meaning all.com. Specifically on the issues of technology, when we are bringing technology to businesses, we bring it to all businesses. bioc.com implements an enterprise resource planning systems and also deals with website development and hosting, very affordable website development and hosting, especially for businesses that are run by in Uganda and Africa at large. And we also deal with, especially on the issue of enterprise resource planning systems, we want to solve the issue of data. In any business that doesn't have organized data, we can still continue to struggle. Most of the African businesses that we are seeing, you find them, they are really having disorganized data, they are not organized, and which gives us hard time, or which gives banks or any other organization or funders to give them finance. Why? They are not organized. Some of them actually even run away from taxation because they don't have organized data to determine. And what happens in our continent, when you don't have organized data, they do just a simple thing for you. They just put any tax cost on you. They can just tell you are supposed to pay tax of 20 million Uganda shillings, and yet you even don't make that income. So with bioc.com, with our solutions, we can be able to help and organize businesses, set them and take them to another level with very organized data, managing accounts, human resource, stock management, inventory, and then we also deal in app development. App development, we are developing apps for the Global Pan-Africanism Network, like the Zumaridi app for video conferencing. We are dealing with a number of projects like hosting projects for the GPAN, and then we have also other businesses in Uganda, and that's what specifically bioc.com does. What we believe is that, just 1 minute, what we know is that once businesses have organized data, then we are going to have a better way of doing business, because organized data speaks for the business. And your organized data, once it is brought to us, or to any banking sector, or to the government, or to any funder, it produces better results. So we organize businesses and take them to another level, specifically with technology. So technology can play a very big role in changing and transforming any businesses. The biggest challenge with all business, with most of the businesses, let me say about 80%, they're informal, which means they don't have organized data. They are small businesses. Some of them are micro. They are really disorganized, and they don't keep any data at all. So with our affordable solutions, we can be able to transform businesses in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mekane. From my own point of view, I see what you do as the best way of communicating your business. External communication is important. Let the whole world know what you are into. I think part of the problem we Africans have is the ability to sell ourselves and what we are capable of doing, and we are providing solutions to that. Thank you so much. So before you go, we would like to know how we can reach you. So if a small business enterprise wants to patronize what you do, how do we reach you?
If you want to get in touch with us, kindly visit our website, bioc.com. If I can share.
Okay, I think you should be able to do that.
Okay.
By sharing.
You can be able to just visit our website. Let me just open it. And then let me share my screen. Okay, Chrome tab. So if you visit our website, bioc.com, you can click on the WhatsApp link and get in touch with us. as easy as that, we shall be able to get to you. You'll see what we do with our ERP solutions, web solutions, business solutions, and online education. So we can be able to solve as many problems as possible as long as it comes to data and doing digital transformation for your business. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mekani. Thanks a lot. Before we go to the next topic of today, where we'll be meeting with a phenomenal woman, I would like to share a promo video with you all, and then as soon as we are back, we go straight to the conference. All right, welcome back, everyone. So we will be listening to an amazing woman talking about the power of the mind, Sista Shanice. Of course, I have to say one or two things about them before they speak. I usually like doing this so everyone can have an idea of the kind of person they're about to listen to. So here we go. Sista Shanice is a popular radio presenter on Galaxy Afiwe. I do not know if I pronounced that right. An African-centered Debra station. I don't know if you understand what brainwashing means, but from what I can tell here, she's trying to reverse the effects of brainwashing, and I am all for that. She organizes group trips to Africa and sponsors a commercial goat farming project for landmine victims, as well as children's home in Zimbabwe. Sister Shanice, can you hear me? Because I seem to have lost connection here.
I'm hearing you loud and clear. Are you able to hear me?
Right. Okay? Yes, I can hear you, but okay, since you can hear me, then let me continue. Okay, she holds a master's degree in public sector strategy and possesses 30 plus years in the field of economic development. Wow. Regeneration, business training, business startups, equal opportunities, and community engagement plans. She has also spent over 20 years voluntarily working in an executive capacity to manage the Starlight Music Academy charity that provides a platform engaging young people to showcase their talent. She is an author and filmmaker, having books such as My Coconut Tree to Her Name, a feature, 2 short films, and the creation and editing of numerous documentaries. Sister Shanice is also very interested in African history and the education system. She points to the core of African problem as being 2,000 years of miseducation, amen to that, brainwashing, and the indoctrination of self-hate that's sublimely yet powerfully works against the rights of the great African race. I do strongly believe in that, Sister Shanice. Thank you so much for joining us today. Sister Shanice will be speaking about the power of the mind. Let's hear from you, Ma.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction, and thank you for the works that you're doing here. I want to thank everybody at the African Business Month team, all the members of the African Business Month team for the launch. Wonderful, wonderful works indeed. And thanks again for inviting me to speak. And I'm all for, absolutely fully supportive in the idea and the concept of a United States of Africa, because united as a people, we will stand unbreakable, but divided, obviously, we are a conquered people. So, absolutely imperative that our overarching ultimate objective is to see, a united Africa. We have to integrate all of our resources. We have to be looking towards building our economies on a collective level. It's the Pan-African marketplace that we absolutely must be promoting. I want to rise up the speakers that went before me, Damali Ssali. Enough respect to you. I wish I was in sunny Uganda as well. But instead I'm here in the rainy UKKK. But such is life. And absolutely agree with her analysis as well. Africa absolutely must be the producer of everything that she needs and the consumer of everything that she produces as well. Absolutely critical. And, we have to realize that we're going to have to make a sacrifice in order for Africa to be, the great continent that we want her to be. It may well be that Chinese goods are cheaper. It may well be that Indian goods might look, a bit better, and that European goods are packaged more attractively. But if we want to see the growth and the development of our continent and our continental industries, then we're going to have to buy African. We're going to have pride in our African products, in our African culture, in our African everything, and have to put Africa first, because unless we as a people put Africa first, then nobody else will. And we have the potential. Yesterday was my sister's Earth Strong, or birthday, as some call it, and we were at her house, and guess the song that we were listening to all evening and rehearsing a dance to? Jerusalem. And where is that from? The continent of Africa. Let me tell you, I was watching the YouTube videos of Jerusalem and Africa. Those artists and those dancers captured the world. Just imagine if we were capturing the world like that, in terms of our produces, in terms of our culture, in terms of our ideology, in terms of, what it was that we wanted to communicate to the world. So we have the potential to be, as powerful and as captivating as those artists and producers of that track there called Jerusalem. So wonderful, big up to those young people there. So as well as rising up all of the presenters that have gone before me, I also want to rise up everybody who is watching as well. Our young leader there, Kwame Gonza, rise yourself up as well. So, in terms of going forward, I always think it's really important that we look back as well, that we Sankofa. So I'm just going to Sankofa a little bit and go back, due to the 1950s, not too long ago, for those of us who are like around my age. So, that was a phase of some real revolutionary struggles. And the struggle was for African independence, and what our founding fathers of that era actually had was a very illuminating vision. And a vision is just so important. Those founders of the 50s, they had a vision, a Pan-African vision for freedom. And they launched a movement around that as well, around that vision. And today, it's so important that we also have an illuminating vision as well, because that vision is going to give us our direction of travel wherever we are in the world. Just like when we looked at that song, Jerusalem, we saw the footwork and we all rehearsed the footwork. We equally need to be able to communicate our vision so that every single African, wherever we are in the world, whether we're African born in the UK, African born in America, African born in Brazil, African born in Jamaica, wherever we are as African and melanated people in the world, we need to be clear about that big picture vision, which is to see the continent of Africa elevated industrially, scientifically, technologically, etc., and that there is the realization that every single one of us has a role to play in the upliftment of Africa as well. So in addition to the big picture vision, we also need to have a strategy. That's the fuel, to the vehicle that's actually going to get us from where we are to where we need to get to. I want to rise up those fathers of ours, those ancestors now of ours for that historic conference that they held in Tanzania back in, I think it was around 1963 or so, when they came together as a number of African nations, and they decided to form a campaign to fight for independence. And those countries in the east of Africa, Central Africa, and later in the southern region of Africa, they came together to fight against white colonial rule, because they realized, that there was an opportunity for them to actually come together and fight for their freedom. And, it was a political ideology that they had, a political ideological fight to take back control of their countries. And Julius Nyerere and the Kwame Nkrumah and Mboya and other Pan-Africanists, they came together and they set the scene and, rolled out, the formation of the OAU in Addis Ababa. And it was a powerful time for networking across the boundaries, for collaboration, for joined up thinking, and for collective action. And under that, and as part of that movement, what we saw during those times was a succession of individual African countries win their independence. But Kwame Nkrumah, who was actually a student, say, of Marcus Mosiah Garvey, who understood the importance of unity, was trying to impress upon the individual African nations the importance of African unity. And that's, was the ideology that they were pushing through the OAU, because they knew that if they wanted to totally eradicate colonialism and avoid neo-colonialism in Africa, in the continent of Africa, in order to achieve that success, they would all have to work together, put their differences aside to enable them to achieve the overarching ultimate objective, which was a free and totally independent Africa. And at that conference, the late Gambian historian and one of the leading Gambian nationalists and Pan-Africanists at the time, Aliyu Ibrahima Chamjouf, delivered a speech in front of the member states in which he said, "It is barely 75 years when the European powers sat round the table in Germany, each with a dagger to carve up Africa for its own benefit. Your success will inspire the speed up the freedom and total independence of the African continent." So he said, it's your success that's going to speed up and inspire the freedom and total independence of the African continent, and to eradicate imperialism and colonialism from the continent, and eventually neo-colonialism from the globe. Your failure, he said, which no true African in Africa is praying for, will prolong our struggle with bitterness and disappointment. I therefore, he said, adjure that you ignore the suggestion from the outsiders of Africa, because at that time, as you can imagine, the Europeans were trembling. They thought they were going to be losing their jewels, which was Africa, the African countries. And they were out there, befriending individual countries to try and stop them from forming this African pact. And so, as the speaker, he went on to say, I therefore adjure you that you ignore the suggestion outside of Africa and the holding of the present civilizations, which some of those big powers are boasting of. So, they were boasting that Africa needs the West, and we can, support you, through the years going forward, and, he was imploring them to come to an agreement so that they could eradicate neo-colonialism from the African continent, and in its place, resurrect that African dignity, that African glory, that African pride, the African manhood and womanhood, that African stability that we had prior to our invasions and prior to our enslavement and prior to all of the genocide that continent has experienced. I think someone needs to put their microphone on mute, please. Getting a lot of rumbling in the background. Please put your mic on mute. Thank you so much. Whoever's got their mic on, please put it on mute. Thank you so much. Okay, so, as we know, in Nkrumah's position, because he was such a visionary and he was such a passionate believer in African unity, as a Pan-Africanist, he was promoting solidarity among us as a people, as Africans, everywhere. And he was also against colonialism and racism. And, that is what he believed needed to be extended across the whole of Africa and to Africans anywhere in the world. If we as a people were going to rise, if we as a people, were going to totally free ourselves of the subjugation, and if the millions and millions of us as Africans at that time, which is, gone into the billion, over a billion now Africans, we're going to free ourselves of the colonial rule. And, we have to make sure that even today we are confident in our own ability. So in terms of the way forward, they'd actually set out this Pan-African approach. And as we know, there were two schools within that group. And this often happens, to us in our meetings and in our endeavors. You've got the pro-Pan-Africanist approach, which is about us doing the self, which is about us lifting ourselves up out of the poverty-stricken situation that we find ourselves in. It's about those of us who on the plantation during the days of our enslavement said we would rather die fighting as a free person than to live a life as a slave. It's the, that Pan-Africanist state position that's quite radical in its approach, because it realizes that the only way to free itself from the clutches of those foreign corporations and those foreign policies and those foreign overseers who are there to just beat the daylights out of them and to take all of the riches that they produce, not for our country and our continent, but to feed their own people and to improve the quality of life of their own people. They realize, like the Casablanca group realized, that total independence was the way forward. But then, of course, in our midst, you always have those who are more pro-Western, as we did. We had the Western Monrovia group, and they were saying, no, let's take the slow lane, let's maintain our individual borders, let's continue to get the support from our former colonizers. And history, which is the biggest teacher, shows us that was the very wrong move, and that the Nkrumah approach was the right move at that time. Because what do we have now? We have the continued subjugation and the continued impoverishment and the high levels of unemployment, the continued exploitation of African resources, as we did during the time of old. Only today, instead, we have the neo-colonial leaders who are doing the bidding of their former enslavers and their former masters. Whereas in the past, our former overseers were the ones who we would see in position of power. Today, we're seeing people who look like us who are doing the bidding of their former enslavers and former colonizers. So we're at the point now where it's the next phase of our revolutionary struggle, and there's an opportunity again that presents itself for us to be moving towards our total independence. And there's a lot going on in the Western world. There's COVID that's locked down their economies. It's bankrupt. A lot of these countries, believe it or not, because they're not going to tell you about it in the news, are in recession. The UK is in recession. America's in recession. Trillions of dollars in debt. Britain has just come out of Brexit. Brexit members are very upset. The other European members are very upset with Britain. There's a lot of chaos that's going on in the Western world right now. And, we don't need to absorb ourselves in that chaos. We don't need to take it on and absolutely rise up. Our sister who was talking earlier about the need for Africa to, be independent when it comes to the pharmaceuticals. Absolutely. I see reports here in the UK that tells me that, it's the out of date, untested, lethal medication that tends to end up on the shelves and in the medical centers in Africa, and they will give vaccines that they know are toxic with mercury to the children, even though it's been banned in America and banned in Europe. We need to be self-sufficient, and we need to ask ourselves some serious questions. Why those who want our land, want our riches, but don't want us on the land, are suddenly going to be so philanthropic that they want to give us medication that's good for us? Absolutely no way. We need to realize the power of nature and the fact that it is the healing that we need. The main ingredient in that particular medication that Donald Trump was talking about that could cure coronavirus, the main ingredient is from the neem tree, chloroquine. The main ingredient is from, no, not chloroquine, sorry, that's what we need in our body to protect us. It will come to me. But the main ingredient is the neem tree. So we have all we need. So in terms of the vision and total independence, if we're going to rise again, like the phoenix from the ashes, we need to have our vision and we need to have our plan. So the United States of African plan, inspired by Marcus Mosiah Garvey and other Pan-Africanists, like Kwame Nkrumah, Malcolm X, etc. I want to rise up our brother Daniel for the works that he's doing around that. The Rapid Africa Plan, a vision that within 40 years will see the transformation of Africa into a $60 trillion economy, launched by Professor Hannington and, promoted on the ground by our one of our young leaders, Kwame Konza. Rise yourself up for that vision. These are the visions that we need to get behind. The Pan-Africanist Institute of Nkrumahism, underpinned by the ideology and the philosophy of Kwame Nkrumah, based on the philosophies and opinions of Marcus Mosiah Garvey, critical philosophical views that we all need to hold dear. And so if we haven't read those books about philosophies and opinions of Marcus Garvey, every single African needs to read that book so that we're all on the same page about the importance of unity. Rising up those who were campaigning for the ADDI, the African Diaspora Development Institute, to involve the diaspora businesses in the rebuilding of Africa. Because as in the days of our former leaders, revolutionary leaders, it was the Jamaicans and the Africans and from America and the UK that were also, working alongside those leaders in America in building that Pan-Africanist vision. And, we want to be part of the rebuilding of Africa and the Wakanda cities that our sister, Dr. Arikana, has envisioned for Africa as well. And of course, we've got the CFTA that was outlined by our sister Damali as well, absolutely critical going forward. So when I talk about the importance of the right mindset, what do I mean by that? Let me just quickly turn to an article here, which most of you may well have come across and you may well have read, but I'm going to bring it to the family from a slightly different perspective, because when I saw it, it brought me joy, but it also brought me sadness. And this is the story of two young Nigerians who had developed an app. Yeah, because a lot of our young people are into the technology and into the apps. Yeah, so they'd actually developed an app that was allowing people in their village to do online payments. It provided the infrastructure. It was the link between their computers and the companies that they wanted to do business with. And they started that business in 2015. And not so long ago, that business was actually bought by an American tech company for $200 million. Now, a lot of young people would look at that and think, wow, they've done so well. They've come up with an app and America has bought it for 200 million. They now have 200 million in their pocket. But family, that company that the American company bought wasn't valued and just worth 200 million. In another 5-10 years, it's going to be worth trillions. So, and this is what America does. And this is why it's so difficult for us to be able to point to anything great in Africa, because as soon as something becomes great, what they do is they swoop down and they buy it with their little bits of paper money, and they take that company, and what they're going to do with it now is roll it out across Lagos, and then they're going to roll it out across other towns and cities in Nigeria, and they're going to be providing a service to over the 200 million or so people in Nigeria. And that business that was developed over 5 hard-working years by those young Nigerians is now lost to Africa, and it's in the hand of those who don't look like us, don't like us. You know, if we are going to go into business and start up businesses, start up industries, start up factories, start up manufacturing companies, get into the technological field and be building, you know, apps that can revolutionize the way that we do things, we absolutely need to understand the importance of generational wealth and build, because wealth isn't necessarily built in one generation. It's built over several generations, and we have to understand the importance of generational wealth. There's a community that they call here the Jewish community, and we also have the Asian community here in the UK. They will not sell a building to anyone outside of their race. They will not sell a business to anyone outside of their race. They understand the importance of generational wealth. Their father might start a small corner shop today, and or might have started a small corner shop yesterday. Today, that small corner shop is a mini supermarket. Tomorrow, that same shop will become a major supermarket over 3 generations. We have to understand generational wealth. When we talk about building industries, we have to understand the importance of keeping those industries as African businesses and companies. Now, in terms of the right mindset, there's something that I've come across that I really want to share with all of our people as well, because sometimes we think that, you know, what the change that's needed is outside of ourselves, just like that second group that I was talking about, the Monrovia group. They thought that, you know, development of Africa was outside of themselves, but it isn't. And if you know your history, which is so important that all of us know our history, we will realize how great we were prior to those invasions, prior to those wars, prior to the indoctrination away from spirituality towards their religions, prior to the indoctrination of their miseducation system, you know, that glorifies everything Western and suggests that everything African is inferior, prior to them erasing our history from all of their books. We were great, great nations. And there's an actual belief here that everything in the universe is awaiting a probable outcome. What does it mean? It means that we decide what we want to pull from the universe into the present situation. So it means that every probable outcome is there and it exists in the universe. It's for us to pull it down. It's for us to pull out the outcomes that we want. But first of all, it starts with that consciousness that we need to have in our mind. That mental interaction between consciousness will create the outcome that we want. So what that means is the prospect of change is always there. And it's for us to take the action that will bring about that change. So the prospect of freedom, when our people were enslaved, when your ancestors who were taken from your land was taken to the Caribbean and other places were actually enslaved, the prospect of freedom from that enslavement was always there. But it didn't look like it, because those who were the overseers, they had the guns, they had the cannons, they seemed to have the power, they had the whips, they were well organized, they had armies behind them, but the prospect of freedom was there. And it wasn't until our ancestors perceived that opportunity for freedom and decided and made up in their mind that they were going to take action to free themselves, that freedom was manifested, just like the independence of the late 50s and early 60s, you know, manifested itself when our ancestors and our fathers and grandfathers decided that they were going to take action to seize power. What does that mean? It means that we have the power to bring about the changes that we want to see. It starts with the mind. It starts with having that vision. It starts with having the realization that we can do. And once we get that consciousness has power, because once we get that consciousness, we can then produce the outcome that we want. As the saying goes, so a man thinketh, so he doeth. If you think and you believe that you can do great things, you will manifest greatness. But if you have been indoctrinated and miseducated into believing that you are a failure and nothing good's going to come out of Africa, then nothing good will come out of you, and you will not see the potential for the greatness to come out of Africa. So we need the fire to be burning in the hearts and the spirits and the minds of our young people, to make them realize the potential that they have, to be able to do greatness. I gave you just one example of those young people that have created that app, and there are so many more examples of young people who have created wind turbines, who have created ingenious cars that run on water and oil that runs from corn oil, and the list is endless. And the inventors that we have, as has already been said, we are very creative and innovative people. So, it's important that we listen to our subconscious mind, and that we allow the visions to come, and then that we put our hands and our time and our energy to do what needs to be done during these times. And it says, as a saying, I can't remember exactly how it goes, but necessity, is the father of inventions. What are the necessities in your village? What are the necessities in your compound? What are the necessities in your community? What is it that you can create or you can do that's going to improve the quality of life of those who live amongst you and around you? Because once you have identified that which you can do to improve the quality of life of those around you, then that is what can help to not just elevate you, but to elevate your people, elevate the villagers, elevate the people in your compound. And that is power. And that's where, innovation starts from, and successful businesses start from, providing a need. And, if you identify a need, what do you have? Do you have land? We need to plant food. Food is an absolute necessity. Everybody with a piece of land should be growing on that land. My parents are from Jamaica, and if a house had a small garden, it would have a coconut tree, it would have a banana tree, it would have an ackee tree, it would have a breadfruit tree, it would have herbs and everything growing in that small garden. And if you had your piece of land up yonder, up a bush, 4 o'clock in the morning, our people will go to where the farm is in the bushland area, and they will do the farming, because food is a necessity of life. We can't just even rely on farmers to farm for us. Every one of us should be farming. If we eat a fruit and it's got seeds, we should be throwing the seeds to the earth, and the earth that's got the melanin and the life will do the rest to bring that seed to life to feed the next generation. So we have to have the right mindset. And once we do, the power that's going to come from our mind is going to make us realize that we can manifest anything that we put our mind to. And that's what has been beaten out of us through their miseducation system, through their religious indoctrination. It's created a people who have a savior mindset, waiting for a savior to come and save them, rather than realizing that we ourselves are the saviors who need to save ourselves and our people. So consciousness is bringing what is in the invisible into the visible, making what is in your mind a reality. It's already there, waiting for us to interact with it so that it can become a reality. And there's more stories I could tell you, but because of time, I hear you coming in.
Thank you so much, Sister Shani.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That was powerful. That was amazing. I feel the whole world needs to hear all that you've just said. I wish you can go on and on and on. But yes, I would really love to hear from you again, and I'm sure we'll definitely contact you. To have a repeat of this. This is lovely. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much. All the best for the rest of the conference.
Yes, thank you.
Love and
Okay,
light.
everyone. I'm sure we are having a wonderful time. I do have some issues with my camera, but once in a while I would have to go off camera. Right now, I want to take a few comments. I'll be reading that from my laptop from the beginning of the conference. So I'm seeing someone is saying, okay, please forgive me if I do not pronounce this name right, okay? Kyoliek. I like the program. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm seeing Maponga telling us this is an amazing program and he or she loves the organization. Ricardo Bav Bradford. As we speak right now in Nigeria, Africa, people have been assaulted, beaten, and murdered. Yes, Black Lives Matter. They matter just like they do in the world all over. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I think it's so. Okay, Abdul, let me share this. Abdul says from Tamale, Ghana. Thank you for watching. I thank you so much, United States of Africa, for your effort to rescue Africa from the 21st century slavery. We can all take part in the cause to make Africa the greatest continent. Thank you so much, Abdul. Yes, Africa is great and we are getting there. Moses, okay, Moses is saying that this is a good conference, much more to come. Yes, much more to come. This is just the beginning of great things that will be happening in the conference. Kenneth here is saying, okay, thanks Daniel, thanks Damali for representing us. Yes. Damali Ssali gave us an amazing presentation, and I have learned what I feel I would not have gotten in school. So yes, and for some of you wondering if you can have a repeat, a rebroadcast, you can watch the conference at the end of today on our YouTube channel. Okay. Ruth James, awesome speak. Oh, thank you. Awesome speaker and presentation, critical information. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I will be taking comments at intervals, okay, while we are listening to speakers and exhibitors. Without further ado, and after this video I'm about to show, we will be hearing from Edwina Flutton Taylor. Okay, please stay tuned.
Greetings, people. Greetings, family. More love and blissfulness to all you beautiful lights of the world. All praises to the Most High, the Mother and Father of all things. Thank you all for joining me. I am Ababa Lumumba Dalton David Lawrence, otherwise known as D Carbon. I am the proud creator of this lovely herbal drink called the Body Messiah here in the UK. It's been doing wonders for the people of the country and all over the world, people that order it, and I ship it all over the place, and everybody that's drunk it has had nothing but good to say about it because of the health benefits that they've got. So on the 1st of November, I will be doing a little presentation for the ABM, the African Business Month Conference, and I'll be elaborating more on the Body Messiah, the herbs that it contains, and as a self-employed, owning my own business, I'll elaborate more on the freedom and how you feel with the freedom of owning your own business and dealing with things on a level understanding and overstanding to what your expectations are, instead of having some kind of boss over you. And
okay, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for sticking with us and staying tuned. Information reaching me now is that the presentation Damali Ssali gave to us is available on YouTube, so you can as well watch that if you're interested. And right about now, we will be hearing from Edwina. She is the owner of Splash of Africa, the founding member of Seeding Africa. Edwina, how are you doing today?
I'm fine, thanks, Bidemi. I'm fine. Hope you are as well, and hope our viewers are feeling well as well.
Yes, we are. Thank you so much, Edwina. I would like to hear from you, the business you are into, why you are exhibiting, and how we can contact you if anyone would like to patronize.
Okay, I am the founder of and owner of Splash of Africa. And at Splash of Africa, our main aim and goal is to promote all products, arts, and services from Africa made by Africans or Blacks globally. That means that 95% of our products are made by Africans or Black people and sold in our stores to everyone. One of the reasons why I decided, besides promoting African art and African products and helping African entrepreneurs who have given them that platform of putting their products to be seen, one of the reason is also I live in Scandinavia and we always have a bad image of how people look at us. And I wanted to promote and show people in Scandinavia and in Europe the beauty of African culture, the beauty of African people to them. Because you know, when you know something, you don't get afraid of it. When you know something is good, you're not afraid of your neighbors if they're nice. But if you don't know them, you're afraid of them. So I wanted to give Africa a good spin, a good image, a good branding, and to promote our cultures as well. We're very proud of to promote our entrepreneurs as well.
Thank you very much, Edwina. Thank you so much. I do not know if we all got that, but for some reason, I couldn't hear you clearly at some point. Okay, so
Okay.
Splash Africa intends to project African talents, African art to the world. So
Exactly. Sorry?
Edwina, are you there? How can we reach you? How can we contact you?
Well, we are reachable via by email, by our website, splashofafrica.com. YouTube, we have our channel, we have our page on Facebook, Pinterest, Instagram, and Twitter. We're all on these platforms. So if you're an artist and you have your products and you want to showcase it in Europe and the world, if it has to do with household items or arts or clothing or fashion, just contact us. If you're part of the Global Melanated family and you would like to buy these products that we have of our African artists and entrepreneurs in Africa, contact us as well.
Thank you so much, Edwina. You were sharing your screen now, yes?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I would give us a few seconds so everyone watching can get a view of how we can contact you. Thank you.
Thank you, Binami. Thank you. And if I may say, it's an honor to be here to be given this opportunity. And hello to everybody.
Thank you so very much. So the African Businessman Conference is still on. I'd like to also state that if you are interested in exhibiting your business, you have something you want the world to know, you want Africans generally to patronize and work with you, collaborate with you, do well to get registered, and let's get going. Damali Ssali said something that we need to start the trade amongst ourselves, buying African products, according to Sista Shanice, buying Africa, using Africa. I strongly believe in that. So if you are a business owner out there, please ensure that you register as well, and let's get your products out.
Bidemi?
Yes?
I'd like to add something as well to what I just said earlier. Okay. I strongly believe that we need to encourage our young African youth and also young adults into doing something for themselves, because having your own business, even if it's a small one, it not only does it make you it empowers you, but it also gives you a financial and economic base to be able to support yourself and your family. So starting a business is not an easy thing. It's a very hard thing. It's a very challenging thing. And I would give my advice to those who are listening, especially those who are thinking about starting a new company or a new business, don't give up. If you have a good idea, you have the perseverance, you have the willpower, and you are stubborn like I am. Just go ahead with it. People will tell you no. You'll have many no's, but expect the no's. Go for the yes. Don't give up. And especially, we need more African buying power. If we buy from each other, our money, our dollar is important. We buy from each other. Like, for example, I don't buy anything from as I said earlier, 95% of my products are made by Africans from Africa, even down to my food. I buy it from African suppliers in Europe. I make sure I check. So we keep the money within the community. We are stronger. So don't give up. Don't give up. Don't give up. We are stronger together. Tuko pamoja.
What language is that now?
That's Swahili, meaning we are together.
Oh, that's amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time, Edwina. We will be going straight to the next speaker for the day. Before we do that, I'd like to take a few comments. I think this is from, this is a comment from someone listening to Sister Shanice. The mindset of being unified and included in what we do for the greatness of our people is what we really need to do to work on. Powerful thoughts, Sister Shanice. Thank you. Okay, I think you send in this comment from England. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Yes. Amanda is saying, you're right, Ma. Basically, all races are same. The difference is the mindset. If we can get the right things to settle and flourish in the African mind, our liberation will come easily. Thank you so much, Amanda. So I will continue. I would play a promo video from Splash of Africa. Yes, I think I have that here. And after that, we'll go straight to the next speaker for today.
Ever wonder why? Let me tell you why when I wake up every day to come to work, I wake up with joy and happiness knowing that I'm going to the most beautiful place in the world. That's Splash of Africa. The reason why I go with joy there is because it's my own business. And because it's my own business, I take a lot of joy, not only in owning my own business and being responsible for myself and only answering to myself, but also I get to show people in Scandinavia the beauty about the culture of Africa and its products and services. Owning one's business is one of the best things you can do for yourself because it makes you self-reliant, it makes you independent, and basically it makes you happier so that you're working for yourself. So I would advise all our African youth, young couples, if you can, try to do something for yourself, try to build something that can make you proud and make your community, your family, and your friends proud. This is Edwina at Splash of Africa.
All right, there we have it, Splash of Africa, giving us an amazing exhibition. Right about now, we'll be hearing from our next speaker, Kwame Kwanzaa. Okay, I only know how to speak English, and I believe we have a translator. Mr. Kwame, nice to have you on board. Mr. Kwame, can you hear me? Hi. I was informed that you will be needing a translator. Is he online? Mr. Kwame, can you hear me?
Yes, but I don't speak English fluently.
Yes. Okay.
There is a Severiano, is the name of the translator. I think.
Okay, he's not online. Okay, maybe what we'll do is we'll get him online, and as soon as it's online, we'll bring you back on board. Is that okay?
I can.
Okay.
Can I
All right.
start in Portuguese or in English?
Just give us a few minutes, sir. Thank you. Okay. Guys, so we will have to get a translator online for Mr. Kwame Kwanzaa. In the next few minutes, I believe it will be on board. While we are waiting for the translator, please watch this video.
Greetings, people. Greetings, family. More love and blissfulness to all the beautiful lights of the world. All praises to the Most High, the Mother and Father of all things. Thank you all for joining me. I am Ababa Lumumba Dalton David Lawrence, otherwise known as D Carbon. I am the proud creator of this lovely herbal drink called the Body Messiah here in the UK. It's been doing wonders for the people of the country and all over the world, people that order it, and I ship it all over the place, and everybody that's drunk it has had nothing but good to say about it because of the health benefits that they've got. So on the 1st of November, I will be doing a little presentation for the ABM, the African Business Month Conference, and I'll be elaborating more on the Body Messiah, the herbs that it contains, and as a self-employed, owning my own business, I'll elaborate more on the freedom and how you feel with the freedom of owning your own business and dealing with things on a level understanding and overstanding to what your expectations are, instead of having some kind of boss over you and all the rest of it. And we can tie the herbs into the whole Pan-African movement with Marcus Garvey and the Black Cross nurses. If y'all don't know, the Black Cross nurses were nurses that was tied in with the Garveyitism, and they was going out there helping people out with health from the community, you know what I'm saying? And I think this had to do it came off of the whole yellow fever pandemic as well. So yeah, showing how Pan-Africanism, how Garveyitism ties in with the herbal elements of what we need, because this temple, 100 trillion plus cells that make this temple up, resonates with nothing but what the Most High says, the herbs, the healing of the nation. Yeah, so D-Carbon again. See you all on the 31st. Glad to be here, and much love and respect again to all the organizers of the ABM, the African Business Month Conference. See you all on the 1st of November. Much love.
All right, thank you guys for sticking with us. So Mr. Kwame Kwanzaa has agreed to do his presentation. However, I'd like to say that you can speak in Portuguese. Just let us know when you are done, and we're sure that some people that understand the language will definitely get what you're trying to pass across. Mr. Kwame?
Hi.
You have the floor now.
Here. It's to speaking in English?
You can speak in Portuguese.
Ok.
Yes.
Obrigado pelo convite. Essa iniciativa do mês é muito importante. Eu gostaria, então, de agradecer ao convite que o Daniel me fez. Tem um tradutor? Bom, antes de mais nada, então, eu gostaria de parabenizar a todas as pessoas que estão envolvidas na realização dessa importante iniciativa, que é o mês dos negócios africanos. Que nossos ancestrais nos abençoem. Agradecer pelo convite que o Daniel me fez. É muito bom estar aqui ouvir as pessoas que me antecederam, poder compartilhar um pouco também das ações e reflexões sobre o que nós realizamos aqui no Brasil.
Mr. Kwame? Are you there? Oh, I think we're having some internet connectivity issues. So I will be taking a few comments and hopefully it gets back online and we can continue. So let me see. Perhaps there are a few questions that I can answer. Okay. Amanda, please, how can one register a business with you? Simply log on to africanbusinessmonth.org and register your business. That's all you need to do. And once you've done that, we can fix you up on a day that you can exhibit your company, whatever it is you're selling, or as a non-profit, whatever it is you're doing, if you need collaboration and partnership. Thank you, Amanda, for the question. I'm checking now if Mr. Kwame is back online, but he is not. Okay, while we're waiting for Mr. Kwame, I'd like to see if Edwina, are you free to have let's chat, let's talk about Africa, let's talk about agriculture, let's talk about, yes, free trade. Damali, are you also online? Edwina, yes?
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, so yes, the internet is not really on our site today. I'm also having some issues with my video, but while we're waiting for Kwame to come back online, let's go back. We really had an interesting conversation, Damali, and I have a feeling that at some point, when it came to agriculture, I wished at that point that Edwina was online because she loves the concept of food security. She's after Africa being self-reliant, okay, when it comes to agriculture. So agriculture, do you think that agriculture is capable of making us a powerful force in the international system? Edwina?
Definitely. I think it will, first of all, it will reduce we will spend less. Every year, Africa spends close to $30 billion on importation of food. If we get stronger with agriculture, not only will we bring that number down, but we can sell within ourselves, within neighboring countries. We can determine prices, we'll be selling it outside of Africa. It will make us economically stronger. It will make us better. And you will see the difference. Right now, we're showing agriculture. We're feeding the Western world. Half of we are feeding them, and look at how they are prospering. I imagine if we were doing it ourselves, everything from the production line,
Edwina, I can hear you clearly. Damali, can you
hear me now?
We can't hear you clearly, Edwina.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, I have an old-fashioned laptop, so you have to forgive me.
It's all right.
Okay, I'm saying that, yes, Africa spends currently close to $30 billion a year on the importation of food. Why do we do that? We have the best soil. We have the best climate. We have the strongest of people. Why do we do that? Instead, we import these things. That if we would grow more and get stronger at agriculture, we not only do we better our personal economies, but our national and international within the continent. Look at the cocoa, for example. We grow cocoa. They don't grow cocoa in Europe, do they? Look at all the chocolates here, and they're selling, and they're making all the money. I mean, we have we have good soil for rice, swampy areas for rice, all these vegetables, all these fruits, but yet and still we want something that's not ours. We want to import. I strongly believe in agriculture for Africa. Not only will it build up our economy, but it will make us self-reliant. It will give our children, our family a good dietary plan, very good diet. So we don't only eat one thing. It will give us, it will benefit our communities. It will lift up our countries. We can sell to each other. It will unite us as Africans, because instead of buying from another country out of Africa, we buy from one another. So I strongly believe that all Africans should put everything they can behind agriculture, organic farming. But it's not only farming. It's not only farming. Farming is good, but you have a whole process with farming. You have agribusiness. Someone has to market it. Someone has to bring it to the market. Someone has to study the agronomy of agriculture. It's a whole holistic program, and we have to fall behind that. So yes, I strongly believe that it's good for us.
Thank you so much. Damali, what do you think? Do you think that is the starting point, or you believe that agriculture alone can get us somewhere, and then it's like the window of opportunity to every other thing that can, make Africa at the forefront of technology?
Yeah, I feel food is the number one basic need of a human being. Actually, without food, you're not alive. You have no health. And I say that only 15 countries on the African continent are food secure and net food exporters. The rest of them are importing food. The top most imported products on the African continent are wheat, rice, sugar, edible oils. The top four are those four. Those are things we can grow on the continent ourselves. As Allah said, we have arable land. It's the least farmed arable land in the entire world. So we can actually grow this stuff that we are importing. Those are the countries that are importing from outside. Wheat, sugar, edible oils, and then we can actually import it to ourselves. And there has to be value addition, however. Just farming alone in itself won't get us out of this cycle and poverty thing. About 70% of people in the farm actually are women, and they lose because all they grow are fresh stuff, and then it gets spoiled on the farm. Post-harvest losses are the highest on the African continent. Even when we do produce the food, most of it is getting spoiled when it's still on the farm or when it's being transported to the market, because we are not necessarily taking care of those logistics, the logistics from farm to market. And then the produce gets destroyed, and then it's not edible, or it can't even be transported so far away. When I think about Uganda, we produce maize, we grow it, and then about 40% of it is lost. Post-harvest losses about 40%. And then we try to maybe export it to South Sudan. It's on the road. More of it is getting spoiled as it's being transported. By the time it's getting there, the value is lower. What we should do is actually add value to it so that it's processed, so that by the time we are exporting it to South Sudan, there's already some value addition. And as a continent, if only we could do those things, those four chains, wheat, sugar, edible oils, and we actually, as a continent, took a policy to grow them, manufacture them, and then sell it to ourselves, we would have saved that $30 billion that, someone is saying, wow, to surprise that actually that's how much money we are giving away in food. But also, most importantly, a lot of the stuff we are importing has GMOs. It has, chemicals. It has fertilizers that we're not sure of. It's affecting our health. If we have value chains that are on the continent, we're basically buying and growing our food from ourselves. You know how it was grown. You kind of have a little bit more control about how, maybe Uganda is more agro and they're using, organic fertilizer. And you know that. So you know what you're eating. You know what is in what you're eating. So we have a little bit more control that then we can limit the amount of cancers that we are, now beginning to suffer from, because a lot of processed stuff has a lot of stuff we actually do not know, what it is. And yet we are capable of actually producing organic food, purely organic food. And it's surprising to me, actually, most times in Uganda, it's funny, the poor people are the people eating organic food. The rich and the elite are the ones eating poor quality food, actually. So organic food, to some extent, is actually very available, but a lot of people, also the elite, sometimes don't know that organic food is actually better for you than, the bad food. Everyone who gets money then starts eating poor food, eating poorly and getting poor malnutrition. So we have our elite, the educated, actually falling sick of diabetes and high blood pressure. And then the people who with further down the poverty line are the one with better health. But it means we're also losing a lot of our intellectual capacity when these elite who have been educated are the ones dying of high blood pressure at 40, at 50. So what happens to our capacity as a continent to keep those minds alive because they're eating so poorly? If we grow our food, organic food on the continent, we'll stay healthy. We don't have to, send $30 billion away. There are 4 value chains we can, 4 major products we can, focus on, which are the ones we're spending most on, and then we can, sustain ourselves, be just sustainable and efficient.
Okay, I have just one question. Here is the thing: the youth that are supposed to be spearheading what you both are talking about now, which is very important. It's one thing that can change the course of Africa. They are not so interested in agriculture. How do we make it appealing? What needs to be done to make farming, for example, appealing, to make agribusiness appealing to the average African youth? Let them know that this can, it can make you a business tycoon, a business mogul, for example.
I think it's the agro business. So the agriculture sector is not just about farming. We all can't be farmers. I mean, there is a finite amount of land available at the end of the day, but we can be involved in the value chains. Now, like me, my grandfather had coffee. He grew coffee. His kids were involved in the selling of the coffee. So he'll grow it and then the kids would sell it. Now, if I, as a grandchild of his, can decide to be involved in that value chain, I'll probably be marketing it, being online, digitizing that. So the entire family could actually be in the agro value chain without me necessarily being on the farm. I could be, further up the value chain. And in a way, that's what we need to think of, where now the youth, where could they be in that value chain? They're the ones without the land. First of all, the youth don't have land, but they can be involved in the agriculture value chain by that value addition in that value chain. They can do the marketing, the manufacturing, the exporting of said products, the value chain of agriculture. For some reason, our mindset has been agriculture is just a farm. It is not just a farm. It's a business. It's a whole line.
Agreed. Edwina, what do you think?
Well, our sister here said mostly everything that was important towards it. It is true. We first have to romanticize agriculture for our youth to find it attractive. It's like a woman. If she's ugly, the youth will run after her. We have to make her pretty. Am I correct?
Yeah.
So most of our youth, they think that agriculture is a boring thing for poor people. That being said, it's not all of our youth that think that. Since I started with Seeding Africa, I have been pleasantly amazed to see a lot of youth showing interest and asking me all the time, when are you guys going to lunch? When are you guys going to lunch? We're ready, we're prepared. So most people, we tend to forget, but I believe, and I think some of us do, our youth are waking up. But how do we get them interested? As I said, we make agriculture beautiful. We tell them exactly how it is. We tell them the benefits and show them the benefits of agriculture, and also tell them, as our sister said, it's not only just putting the seed into the ground. That's an important part, but you have other important aspects. Marketing the produce, learning how to multiply the seeds so that you always have constant seeds, so you don't have to keep buying it all the time. Transportation of the produce, but also the climate part, climate aspect, to know what to plant where, the infrastructure, how to store the produce. It's a whole value chain. So there's a lot for people to do. Even putting in online marketing, it's anyone. If that don't work, show them a young farmer that has a very expensive car and say, "Hey, you go farm, you can get that car." That might work. You see, but show them that. But at the end of the day, Africa is hungry, and they know that if they want to eat, they have to work towards it, and they're tired. So I think we can get them. And at Seeding Africa, we're gearing ourselves towards the youth. We want to have 300 minimum youth from each country on our projects.
Thank you so much, Edwina. We'll talk about Seeding Africa again. Right now, I need to bring Kwame Kwanzaa back on board so he can have his presentation before we go to the keynote speaker for the day. Thank you so much, Damali. Thank you so much, Edwina.
Tukupa moja.
Mr. Kwame.
Can I start it?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Sorry for the situation. Greeting to all. First of all, I would like to congratulate all the people who are involved in the realization of this important initiative, the African Business Month. I hope that our ancestors bless us. Thank you, Daniel, for the invitation that was made to me. It's great to be here to listen to the people who preceded me, to be able to share a little bit of your action and reflections here in Brazil. I'm one of the coordination of the Forum of Black Organization of Sergipe, which bring it together about 30 Black institutions from different areas. I would like to speak about opportunity and the goals we have to building Africa business network for Africa and diaspora. In Brazil, we are most of half the population are African descent, Afro-Brazilians, around 120 milhões, 120 millions of people who are African descent. Most of half of the entrepreneurs are also African descent. And
Mr. Kwame.
Hi.
The translator is online. Mr. Severino.
Great.
Great. Yes, thank you. He is online, so yes.
Yes.
Você quer?
Hello.
Hello.
Ok.
Yes, you have
eu falava alguns números e é bom você chegar, Severiano, porque eu não falo muito bem os números em inglês. Eu falo que no Brasil, 57% da população é descendente de africano, afro-brasileiros, por volta de 120 milhões de pessoas.
Yes. Sim, estou a perceber. Então, a transmissão aqui será em direto. Nós vamos fazer a tradução em direto para que os outros possam entender a mensagem. Alô?
Oi?
Alô, eu estou a perceber. Eu estava a dizer,
quer...
a transmissão aqui. Eu vou fazer uma tradução direta,
Mr. Severino, we need you to translate to English.
Hello,
we need you to translate to English.
To English?
Yes.
Okay, you can.
Thank
you. Let him proceed. So I will translate it in English. No?
All right, thank you, Mr. Kwame. Please go ahead.
No Brasil, 57% da população é descendente de africanos, afro-brasileiros.
In Brazil, 57% of people are African descendants. So,
por volta de 120 milhões de pessoas.
It's around 120,000 people.
53% dos empreendedores também são afrodescendentes e consomem 1,9 trilhões de reais por ano.
53 investors are also Brazilians.
Enterpower, empreendedores.
Hello.
Mr. Severino, we can hear you.
Okay. Come again.
Mr. Kwame, can you please repeat what you said earlier?
Continuar. Nos últimos 10 anos, por conta das ações afirmativas, o número de negros nas universidades brasileiras cresceu significativamente. I can say in English. In the last 10 years, the numbers of Black peoples in Brazil grow significantly in the universities. So we now have Black professions from all areas graduate annually. All of these opportunities are complemented by a major challenge, especially now with the COVID-19, which has considerable increased the number of employed people. The return of Brazil to the hunger map, in addition to other problems faced by our people who have the greatest number of mothers in the world. Our Pan-African Union work must be the alternative we have to change this situation. The most radical and anti-racist we can do as an Pan-African movement is to build the power of your communities, launch an anti-capitalist struggle through a community economic based on African solidarity. Inekama, Ujama, Teranga, to sustain Ubuntu. The Pan-Africanist movement aspires to generate community structures that allow Blacks to live. We have to produce what we consume and consume what we produce, as established Thomas Sankara. This implies that each assembly, each Pan-African meeting must launch production, trade, employment, media, education, and health initiatives. We definitely understand that without Black power, Ubuntu is unprotected and the mercy of neoliberal imperialism. We have to make more business between us, having and controlling our own business, consumers ours, employ people in your community, exposing this business to our community, establish economic basis on your political organization, make a policy and judicial system, network of professionals to defend your community, control our own narrative, and keeping the community informed. In education, control the education of your child and your community. And health, network of African health professionals. This is the message. I can say sorry for my bad English.
It's perfect.
In the next opportunity, I hope we have a better communication. But definitely. I have to say thanks for all and a long life for the African Business Month.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kwame. Thank you so much. I would love to have you again, and we'll definitely do better when it comes to translation. Okay? Thank you. All right, everyone. I am sure we are having a wonderful time. It's still the African Business Month. We've had some very interesting topics We've had Sister Shanice give us some amazing, mind-blowing talk. And now Kwame Kwanzaa is here all the way from Brazil, yes? Yes, Brazil. So this is amazing. We are having everyone from all around the world, participating in this activity, and it's really amazing. It's great that we have so much diversity and we are united at the same time. Thank you so much, Mr. Kwame. While we take this short break, please note that we're about to listen to the keynote speaker for the day.
Hi. Ever wonder why? Let me tell you why when I wake up every day to come to work, I wake up with joy and happiness knowing that I'm going to the most beautiful place in the world. That's Splash of Africa. The reason why I go with joy there is because it's my own business. And because it's my own business, I take a lot of joy, not only in owning my own business and being responsible for myself and only answering to myself, but also I get to show people in Scandinavia the beauty about the culture of Africa and its products and services. Owning one's business is one of the best things you can do for yourself because it makes you self-reliant, it makes you independent, and basically it makes you happier so that you're working for yourself. So I would advise all our African youth, young couples, if you can, try to do something for yourself, try to build something that can make you proud and make your community, your family, and your friends proud. This is Edwina at Splash of Africa.
Thank you all for staying with us. This is Bijemi Adejire, just in case you are just joining us, and it is the African Business Month. Happy New Month to each and every one of us. I am using this opportunity to wish us the very best life has to offer as we are rounding up the year 2020. We can all agree that 2020 has been an interesting year. Right about now, we have online our keynote speaker for the day, Mr. D. Carbon. Nice to meet you, sir.
Greetings, Empress. Nice to meet you as well. Lovely thing you got here.
Thank you. Very quickly, I'd like to say one or two things about Mr. D. Carbon. I'll be reading from my laptop, and then we go straight into the talk. Okay, healing the body from inside out. D. Carbon is no stranger to herbs and using natural remedies as a lifestyle. His father was an herbalist, so he grew up seeing a lot of illness cured through the mixing of different herbs. Through a serious illness of his own, D. Carbon went in search of a cure, thus creating what is now called the Body Messiah. First of all, that's a very catchy name, so I'm very much interested in what the Body Messiah is about. The Body Messiah is a beverage, yes, designed to cleanse and revitalize the blood and body through its use of ancient nutrient-filled ingredients. The Body Messiah has been tried and tested over the years with a series of client testimonials. The Carbon and the team want to give our audience the opportunity to experience a natural detoxing and blood cleansing remedy. Mr. D. Carbon, tell us about the Body Messiah.
The Body Messiah. And big up to Sista Shanice and the brother just now, Kwame. After hearing them speak, I just wanted to jump straight into the Pan-Africanism and, get in there with the Garveyitism. But yeah, the Body Messiah is a drink that I created it. I won't say accident, as we know on a spiritual level, certain things come to you in certain ways. So I was always in search. I was always learning the body and everything else after traveling to Egypt and learning what the ancients said about knowing thyself, finding out that knowing thyself don't just mean knowing, oh, we all originated from the continent and everything else and spread it all over the world, but know thyself as the individual, as I. And when you're starting with self, you have to go to the brain, because the brain is what controls all the organs of mechanism. What they say is the heart. After looking into that, then you go into the blood, which is the life of the body. Now, going off the ancient teachings and having knowledge of people like the great Imhotep, the father of medicine, not Hippocrates from Greece, they all went to the continent and learned. So Imhotep, as we know, the multi-genius, he helped build the step pyramids and everything. He was the father of medicine. He had papyruses laid out with all type of ingredients of herbs and spices that he used and cured literally every so-called disease of the body. After getting that download, I started looking more into the herbs. When you go into herbs, if you're a true herbalist, you have to go into what we call frequency and vibration. After looking into frequency and vibration, this is where I came up with the ingredients of the body messiah, which is the neem leaf from the neem tree, which the doctors are calling the super tree now, the bitter wood, learn about the bark of the bitter wood, and in digging and searching, sometimes I said these things come on a spiritual level, and I went in and learned about something called vitamin B17. Vitamin B17, all the physicians are telling you now, it's God's answer to cancer. It's nature's answer to what the pancreas does. The pancreas produces something in the body called trypsin. Trypsin is what kills the cancer cells. All the cancer cells, it don't matter where it is in the body, the cancer cell itself has a protein layer around it. That protein layer is produced from the body. It protects it from the white blood cells. It repels, so the white blood cells won't eat it. What the trypsin does, the trypsin that the pancreas produces, it burns the protein layer off the cancer cell. White blood cells go in and eat it up. The vitamin B17, from how we learned it and what it does on a scientific level, does the same thing. Vitamin B17, we get it from the apricot seed, salmonberry. It's in a lot of the grasses. And a lot of us know that live back home in the Caribbean or on the continent. We used to see what the dogs do when they felt sick. They'll go and search out certain grasses. These grasses are called nitrilicide grasses. Johnson's grass, tuna grass, is there. The Most High gave us everything. They'll eat that and we'll see them go and vomit and throw up. It's the same thing that's in the vitamin B17. The scientific level, it's got 2 units of sugar, 1 unit of cyanide, and a 3rd unit of benzaldehyde. Those are totally inherent from the seed, from the plant, from the earth. It does no harm to the body. The man-made cyanide and benzaldehyde would hurt the body. That does no harm to the body. The sugar is what carries both of those, cyanide, benzaldehyde, tricks the cells to open up. As the cells like the sugar, it goes in, it does the same thing. Burn the protein layer off the cancer cell, and the white blood cells get to go in and do their job. Plus the cyanide and benzaldehyde from the vitamin B17, you get nothing but a 3rd dosage of damage to any cancer cell. And most of the parasites, fungus, mucus, and everything that's in the body. You cannot overdose on it. It will just feed the body to the tissues, the muscles, organs, and they've tested it on rats. My work comes from a Dr. Dean Baird from the University of Edinburgh in Scotland. And this was his research that he done in 1905, showing that trophoblast, he called it trophoblast. And they've changed the name now, and that's what Western science is doing now and tricking us. A lot of the things, they're changing the name so we don't get a full understanding of what really going on. Trophoblast is the same layer or content of stuff that surrounds the uterus or the baby. So there's a lot of women that are being diagnosed with cancer when it's really a buildup of trophoblast getting ready to protect the baby putting the protein layer around the uterus as well. And these doctors, and we have to come to this conclusion, because if we know these things, these doctors, they must know these things. And we, without a shadow of a doubt, most of the times is to push their drugs, and they're diagnosing a lot of women with cancer when what they need to do is check and see if they're pregnant. So those 3 herbs combined, I call them the super herbs, the superfood. Once the blood is clean and alkaline to a certain level, we know no disease lives in the body, no fungus, no mold, no mucus. The mucous membrane, as we know it, as Dr. Sebi told us about the buildup of mucus, the mucous membrane is all over the body. What it does, what's happening with our blood, the walls, the gut walls of our stomach is where most of the problem is happening. Yeah. So there's a lot of doctors coming out now, which we've been saying and herbalists been saying for years, and telling people that they've got leaky gut. It's becoming a common saying now. One of the studies is from Dr. Vincent Pedre, MD from Cornell University, and he's done extensive study on the gut walls, the gut flora, and he's showing that there's a lot of dysbiosis going on. Dysbiosis means there's an unbalance with the good and the bad bacteria in the stomach, which the stomach lives, they all live off of that. Now what's happening is we're eating a lot of foods, and we have to come to this conclusion, people, and we have to get it straight. It's the foods that we're eating, it's what we put in that we get out. So when we break it down now on a cellular, biological level, the cells are being overwhelmed with protein. Protein is what's causing most of the damage with cancer, cysts, and everything else. We're eating, there's a IGF-1 growth cell that is in all living things, it's in us as well. But what we're noticing is animals IGF-1 growth cells are designed for them to grow that fast, that big, that quick. We're consuming these cells, we're consuming these things, and it's happening to us. And look what's happening to us, we're getting bigger. And there's something called the Mandela effect now, where there's organs in the body in different places and grown exponentially to a certain level where they're squeezing on other organs, and these organs are not doing their job. So when I break it down, and I try to make it as simple as possible with just the digestive system, the simple digestive system, or how the Mosai said, or how our ancestors, our ancients told us, this is a temple. We give it the right things and it will do the rest. So the simple digestive process is us eating the food through these 10 digestive organs. We're eating the food through the mouth, saliva softens it, goes down through the esophagus, peristalsis happens, and it pushes the food down into the stomach. Now, when it gets into the stomach, this is where most of the digestive process starts. The pancreas, the gallbladder, the liver is now getting ready. It's crazy. Nanotechnology on a level that man cannot fathom. And another thing we need to get away from, we've got these people telling us about how they can clone people and all these things. So then that's putting a little psychological effect in our head, like they can be gods, or we can be God. No, it's nanotechnology on a level that we cannot understand right now. The pancreas, gallbladder, the liver, they start producing, they're getting the enzyme-rich juices ready. The stomach starts beating the food, releases the acid. All these things work in one to break the food down. Then the bile duct, and you get the bile. Now, before it goes into the large intestine, everything that's been taken out, this is all the solid food that we've ate, people. It comes down, goes through the stomach. Before it enters into the large intestine, the liquid molecule of the substance of the nutrients that was in what we ate is then put back into the bloodstream. Liquid molecule. The waste, the solid waste from that the body doesn't need, is then passed through the small intestine, large intestine. Now the digestive process doesn't finish, because the small intestine and the large intestine, these are live bacteria, living bacteria, cells, nano particles living there, and they want proper things to live, to do their job, which is to eliminate the food, get it down through the anus, and you pull it out. So they're not getting the nutrients. The nutrients that they want mainly is fiber, iron, things that you get from the living food that's grown from sunlight. It's not getting that. Most of the food that we're eating is processed. So in getting rid of it, it's spewing juices that's being toxic to the cell itself, because the cell don't want it. When it gets the right stuff to keep alive, because it dies and comes back together again. All of it. We're losing 1 billion cells every hour, dying. And the whole gastrointestinal tract, that itself comes off every day, and we get a new one. So we have to go back to what we call the earth foods. The earth foods, the foods that's grown from the earth and the sunlight. The processed foods, the body's not digesting it properly. They're working overtime to spew out the juices, and then you're getting malfunction and everything. Then you're getting the body itself, with the cells, not being able to do what it does. So stuff like a cyst, and we having this rise in fibroids and all the rest of it. All these things are on the rise because of what's happening with the foods, and it is the processed foods. The earth foods, we find out the plant foods, plant, trees, everything, the earth foods. These, the growth cells in those are more compatible with the body. It doesn't let the body grow exponentially to an extent that it's overweight. No, it will eliminate any excess body fat. The body will eliminate any excess body fat waste, and it will keep you to where you're supposed to normally be, as far as with your height and your weight and your bone structure and everything else. The processed foods is what we need to get away from. Now, not just in saying that, the dysbiosis, let me get back to the dysbiosis. A lot of things are happening to the gut, the walls of the gut, which is where most of the problems start. Like I said, a lot of the things we're eating, like the peanut butter, the sweets, the chewing gum, all these things have emulsifiers in them. Emulsifiers are what's causing the problems. So I'm gonna give a quote on a Dr. Marshall. So there's an Australian physician called Barry Marshall. He got the Nobel Peace Prize in 2005 by proving, he did a study, he did a biopsy on 100 patients suffering from bloating, nausea, heartburn, and he found out that this new substance, which is an emulsifier, and it's in a lot of the foods like our bread, some cereals, it's in a lot of things that are processed, is something called H. pylori. H. P-Y-L-O-R-I. H. pylori is 80% of the ulcers, 80%, this is the guy that won the Nobel Peace Prize. He proved that 80% of the ulcers are caused by H. pylori. There's live blood tests we can take, and we can find out how much H. pylori is in our stomach, in our system, in our bloodstream. And the study shows that H. pylori inflames your stomach. 2/3 of the world's population has H. pylori in its gut. So we have to look at the foods that we're eating. The motto from the Body Messiah is, we can't do anything if we're not healthy. Pan-Africanism, Garveyites, whatever we want to do, if we're not healthy, we cannot do anything for self or for anyone else. So we say health is a priority. Get the health on track. Now, these are just some of the super herbs that I put together, and it does, we call it the Body Messiah because of all the illnesses that it's been correcting, all the diseases that's been correcting in the body, from the live testimonies, from everything that we know. We had to call it the Body Messiah. We deliberated over the name for a while, but the Body Messiah as in a healer, and because it does so much things. Mucus, the mucous membrane, when the stomach walls, when the emulsifiers, they eat out the walls of the gut. So the gut walls is like, then you have the inside, which is the gut flora. These emulsifiers, microorganisms, they're eating out the walls of the gut, separating the walls. It's not that tight. What's happening is the food is leaking through the stomach straight into the bloodstream. The blood, as we know, it circulates the body 9 times a minute, warp speed. It takes this food or whatever and spews it everywhere and anywhere. Wherever it spews it, we have the mucous membrane that's all over the body from head to toe. The mucous membrane, what it does, and it's to help us, is to stop this thing from traveling anywhere else. So the mucous membrane will spew the mucus on the food to hold it there. What the body then needs is the right nutrients, mineral, enzyme to eliminate it, get it into the bloodstream, and we'll pull it right out or pee it right out, whether it's toxic or toxins or solid waste. And it does it. We've got more than enough evidence to prove these things. You know what I'm saying? So it's getting ourselves back online with nature. We see what's happening. Meat is causing a lot of ailments right now to the point where people are literally just accepting of it. We don't need that much protein. When we turn adults, once we turn into the adult stage, the protein, the body retains enough protein. It doesn't need an overload of protein. Whether you're a bodybuilder or whatever it is, it doesn't need an overload of protein. And what we're doing, we're overloading the body with protein, especially animal protein, which then has this exponential rate of growth that's higher than the human cell. And this is what's happening to the obesity and all the illnesses that we see happening now. So people, it's us taking responsibility. It's knowing. There's a lot of things that we know, but we don't take it on. And it's these things are factual. Go and check out everything I say. Don't just take my word for it. So we have to take a responsibility and be the example. We have to be the example, especially for the youths. It's unbelievable what's happening in the Caribbean and on the continent of Africa. There's all the herbs, all the minerals, everything is there. Why is all these, and mostly women, why is all these women having all these fibroid problems and all type, why is cancer on the rise? It has to be something we need to look into, and it is the foods that we're eating. We need to get back to our earth foods. The earth foods got the fiber, the iron, the nutrients, the minerals, the enzymes in it that the body recognizes, takes to, and it then makes the body do what it needs to do. It will take the substances out of it. It takes the minerals, takes the nutrients. And like I said, everything then turns into liquid molecules and goes back into the bloodstream. And with the body messiah itself, we have to take it through a process where it's a fermentation process. And that fermentation process releases the nutrients and minerals and the enzymes out of it. And this is how we get it in liquid form. When you drink it in liquid form, it travels quicker. And every and anyone can tell you that drinks this can tell you it goes where it needs healing first. And it's usually the stomach. It's usually the stomach, people. So we have to get back on our earth foods. The animal meat is not for consumption. And for everything we know now, it's been said, not I, the World Food Organization, the WHO, and they've said this from 2007. And when I heard this scared me. I stopped eating every single piece of meat that you can find. They said every animal on this planet is going to be fed GMO, genetically modified organisms. So that's adding on to their IGF-1 growth cells that they have. The GMO is making them get bigger, mature quicker. And then we're consuming these meat. There's stuff that they're putting in the food that they've said, a lot of things that were toxins and poisons, they've allowed it into the foods now. But the excuses they've taken, they've lessened the dosage. It don't matter. The way we are eating these things 3 times a day, and it's a buildup of things. And the body itself is fighting really hard to keep us healthy. We ourselves have to work with the body. Get some bitter stuff down in you every now and then. It regulates with your vagus nerve. With vagus nerve, it runs from your stomach to the back of your throat to the brain. And that's where these parasites and other things are communicating with you at nights, telling you get up and go eat some junk, come get some sugar stuff. So we have to start getting back to our earth foods, people, the earth foods, the stuff that go to the market. We need to start boycotting a lot of these businesses that are selling us these poisons anyway. That should have been a priority for us, but we've become so addicted to it. Most of them, sodium, sugar, salt. And these things are doing damage. They're doing so much damage to the point where people are passing away and people are getting ill with certain things. And the first thing you hear Caribbean and certain African people saying is, "Obe them." No, it's voodoo, it's all that. No, we're eating wrong. When we eat the right things, we think right, and the body will do the right things. That's the body Messiah. I want to jump straight into this Pan-Africanism because I see my time's running out and I got about 5 minutes. But yes, people, from everything else, we have to be healthy. We're in a war right now. We're in a war. We've been in a war. And this has been done already. We've done this already. We did this in the 60s. We had all these conferences. We had all these knowledge, people coming out and dropping the knowledge and getting people on track. We have to start acting now. We have to start acting. And as a member of the NXG, the Nzinga X Garvey movement here in the UK, this is one of our things one of our priority things that we're saying. It's liberation first over everything. Yes, the finances. Yes, the schooling. Yes, the policing. Yes, the education and the health. We need to liberate ourselves first. And in liberation, we have to have a landmass. And it's a consciousness. It's not new, but it's a consciousness we're raising up again for the ones here in the UK that don't want to run to Africa or don't want to go to the Caribbean. It's a consciousness we're raising for the ones in the States as well, which we're in contact with some of the UNIA, ACL members over there in the States. It's landmass. We have nation state. That's what Marcus Garvey said. Nation state. Until we recognize and get a nation state going, all these things are going to be happening to us wherever we are. On the continent of Africa, in the Caribbean, where it's majority carbon melanated people, it's not that hard. There is something called a lawful rebellion, people. And a lawful rebellion is the people them just standing up and saying, who's in power now? As government, they're not doing it for the people. So they want them out. You don't have to vote on that. It's a lawful rebellion, and they have to recognize that they need to step down. And that's all that's needed on the continent, in the Caribbean, where the majority are carbon melanated people. Here, like in the UK or in the States, it's different. But we're saying here, we want a landmass here for self. We want a landmass here, just like Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, where it's us, we're governing self. And to doing that, it's not anything impossible as far as living, because we will link up with the people from the continent of Africa and the Caribbean. We'll make it happen, which is what needs to happen, which is what we're talking about now on a Pan-Africanism level. So the consciousness of having a landmass is what we're trying to get into, the consciousness of carbon melanated. Wherever we are, we can have that landmass and have that where we're governing self. And we don't have to, we have to demand it because of how the system is set now. And we don't have to war with anyone. It's not about fighting and protesting and marching. It's about coming together in one unison. And the man them, they're gone missing. The men them have gone missing. Yes, there are the exceptional ones out there that are doing what they need to do, like self and, you know what I'm saying, others out there. But as far as when you go out there in the population, the men is like they don't want to know. And then they'll tell you that they know everything. You'll reason with some of these guys and they know everything of what's going on. They can see it. Us as a people now, we need to be proactive and stop being reactive. These people are coming out on their news networks, in their newspapers. They're making their speeches. They're telling us what they're doing, what they're planning on doing, and where they want to lead this earth. And I say, as indigenous people, and I say we're more spiritual people, we believe, we know in the Most High. We know in the mother and father of all creation, and we'll put all faith in that. But in doing that, we have to act. We have to act. So we can do this as much as we want. It's happened already. It's happened in the 60s. And the same thing happened. And the same thing, nothing happened. Nothing came out of it. So it's going to take us, the man them need to set the example. The women are ready. From everything I've seen here in the UK and everywhere else, the women are ready. It's like women are more tied in to the conscience of what's happening. Women are ready to go to battle. The men them are dumbed down. Too much estrogen. Too much estrogen in the food. How am I for time? I can see it's 5:30 now. How am I for time?
Greetings, Brother D. We have some additional time, so please do take your time to finish up, and then I'll see if there's any questions for you.
Okay. Yeah, let's do some questions now, because if I go too much into this garbagism and what we need to do, I think it's more speakers are going to be speaking on it, and we know people. We know it's about, we're not going to agree on everything. We're not going to agree on everything, but the things that we agree on, the things that we agree on, let's move on it. And it's about liberation first. Anything other than liberation, we're going to be cycling, doing the same thing again, doing the same things over and over. Liberation first. Get the nation state wherever we are. Let's link up the diaspora, the Caribbean, wherever we are, and let's raise to our heights. We're in a time now where there's a shift happening on a spiritual level. There's a shift happening on a spiritual level. Everything from everything I know, from all the information I've been looking at. Everybody might not agree with everything that I look at, but for everything, it's a spiritual thing happening right now, and things are shifting. Now, the powers that be, or so-called powers that be, because no one has any power over the so-called people that are in power in the governments and think they're running this thing or running God's world or whatever. We're the ones giving them power. We're the ones giving them power. And they're causing this confusion right now because of everything that's happening on a spiritual level, as far as people waking up. We know now about their banking system. We've been known about their policing and how they do carbon melanated people in custody. We know, we are seeing right now what they're doing with their medical institutes and everything else. The elders are dying off, and everyone's dying in the hospitals. No one's dying at home or on the street. People are dying in the hospitals. And it's the elders. These are the people that, well, it's the same thing's going to be happening with us as we go on. So our duty here is to acknowledge up, is to start putting that confidence, is to put that confidence back into the youths. And it's only in governing ourselves, showing them that we can do these things, getting our help online, going back to our herbs. It's the healing of the nation. We've been known that we say it. Why don't we do it? Why do we rather run to a pharmaceutical company and get something to the pharmacy or the hospitals instead of, let me turn to my herbs? Let me knowledge up on the herbs. Let me turn to the herb. So it's gonna be, it can be easy if we do it in a collective, we get it collectively done. But if we're gonna have these different factions with religion and this ego thing with different groups and everybody wanting to be the so-called man, it's not gonna happen. And we know, like I said, we've seen it, we've learned from the civil rights movement, people. So there's no reason for us to be going back to the same thing, protesting, marching. No, what's up? Boycott some things. We should have been started boycotting McDonald's. We should have been starting boycotting Burger King, KFC, all these fast food restaurants that's been killing us, that's been making us sick. We should have been boycotting those things. There's a lot of other things we need to be boycotting. Come to the NXG, people. If you're in the UK, find the NXG movement. We're doing it. We're doing it. But we need more people on board. We're going to need people on board. And we are not egotistical. We are willing to join up with every and any group if they're on the same level. This is what we want. If you're all about liberation, and what we did in some of our meetings, because the consciousness, like I said, is not new, but it sounds new to a lot of people that don't have knowledge of that, of us asking for a landmass for self, where we can, or not asking, demanding it. But the history, we've showed them who the real Welsh people were, who the real Irish people were, and who the real Scottish people were. The indigenous people of those people were carbon melanated people who fought for those lands. Saxons, Anglo-Saxon, it's the same purging that was going on. And then they got whatever they got, and whoever's taking the land, and they're governing themselves under the same guise of the same British government. We want something independent. It's a state. We want our own state within a state for who's living here. Like I said, for the ones on the diaspora in Africa or the Caribbean, it's easy, people. Lawful rebellion. Go to Chavez. Go to Chavez. Chavez and the people of Venezuela, all they did was did nothing. They went down to the docks, they sat in the street, they blocked off the road where the trucks with the goods and stuff were coming in, and they got what they wanted. It's not hard. We don't have to fight with no one. We say we want this because this is the only way. And it's funny. It's funny when you get on a consciousness level and how things come to you on a spiritual level. I'm watching a prison program, and I really watch telly. And I'm watching this documentary, and they showed how they keep it peaceful in the prison. And how they do that. Everyone stay with their own kind. Latinos stay with Latinos, the blacks stay with the blacks, Aryans stay with Aryans, and the prison is run nice. Yes, you have a little uproar and everything every now, but it's run much better. Yeah. MLK, Martin Luther King, said he regretted the speech, the dream, because the integration is not working for us. All it did was fatten the pockets of the same people that's got us under their feet. And we fought to integrate with these people. We fought to go to their schools. We fought to go into their restaurants, into their movie theaters. We should have said, no, we'll build ours. That's fine. But the consciousness is here now. We can see it. It's the only way. It's the only way. Living amongst self. Yeah. And we share knowledge with every nation, and that's how we grow. That's how we build. Dr. Clark shows how the so-called white man, he's paranoid. So he builds borders. You need a passport to come here. You know? No, this is the most highest world. This is God's world, people. And we need to get this conscious. And that's why I say this lawful rebellion, this war that's going to go on, whether we believe in biblical prophecies or not, I don't, but I know there's certain things in there that is relevant to what's going on now. The age, the ending of the age or the time. It's not no end of the world. When we go back to the Hebrew versions, we find out it's the end of an age, end of the end of an eon, the age. So when you check out the astrological versions of these things, you see how we're moving into a new age of Pisces, coming out of Aquarius, and then you move into Scorpio, you know what I'm saying? And these things are the same games that they play on us. Watch what they're doing now in the winter. When you see the winter, it more signifies, we might see the harp and we think it's some love thing, but it's on an esoterical level, it's somebody shooting somebody with a bow. Scorpion stinging someone and dying. This is the Jesus Christ story. He goes on a cross in December for 3 days, stays there, movement of the sun, and then he rises again. So we need to learn all these things again, people. You know what I'm saying? These things will have us see into their game as well. But liberation is first. Until we do that, we're going to be continuing the same cycle over and over again. And all we need to do is just come together and say we want to be liberated and stand together as one. What we do today is for our youths of tomorrow.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Brother D. Carbon. You covered a lot in that space. And I think each of the things that you touched on in themselves, they could be like a whole another hour, 2 hour, masterclass in the things that we need to know as a people in terms of how we attain our liberation. But bringing it back to basics, how can people reach you? How can they get their fixes of the Body Messiah?
The Body Messiah, you can get it. There is a website. The email is decarbonbodymessiah@gmail.com. Instagram is at decarbonbodymessiah. There is a Facebook page as well, Decarbon Body Messiah, and I will get the information to you about the website itself.
Okay, no, that's amazing.
It's bitter. It's bitter, and it think. It don't stink. It think. But that's the fermentation process. I have to tell people that, because people open the bottom and they're woo, and I get all type of phone calls. Is it good? Is it going off? Is something wrong with it? It smells like But yeah, it's perfectly fine. It's the fermentation process that we have to let it go through, and that's why it smells like that once we seal it up.
Absolutely. No, thank you for the warning. But it just goes to show you a lot of the unlearning that we have to do. When something is sweet, artificially sweet, we think is good, but then it's not good for us, right? It's killing us. And the things that we think are convenient are just de-skilling us. So it may be bitter, but the thing that is doing us the best is giving us the best benefits, right? So I'm sure we can all relate in some way to our childhood experiences and our mother giving us something nasty to drink, to cleanse, to do this, whatever it was, and that was our ways that we've forgotten. Like you're saying,
they say, look how we turned out.
Exactly.
Look how we turned out. And they knew the benefits. They knew the benefits, and they forced us to do it. And I'm trying to say that to a lot of the parents, in the UK and in the Europe and all the rest of it, and the Americans. No, we have to be the parent. You're not killing them. You know the benefits they're getting from it. Get them used to it, if it's even a spoon. But we're too soft with them. I've got a lot of parents who are literally taking the Body Messiah, looking good and clearing it, but they'll leave the youths to still eat the rubbish foods. Because the youths are being a bit rebellious. Yes, we have to work it in with them, but get it in them, people. We have to get more sturdy. We're in that time now.
Wonderful. Once again, Decarbon, thank you so much for joining us for the first African Business Month conference for the Global Pan-Africanism Network. We will get the details. Lots of people have enjoyed your presentation. We'll get those details and sent out so people can stock up on their Body Messiah. I'm waiting for it to come to Ghana. Yeah. Like, seriously, I'm waiting to see who's coming next. They can bring some.
The website is decarbonbodymessiah.com.
That's the
and
website.
We've got people in Ghana drinking it already. One of the problems I'm having one of the problems where shipping it to the Caribbean and to the continent, they've set it up where you're paying double. So the price you pay for it here, it's like they're calling it duty or some other tax that you have to pay on it. And it's making it difficult, but we're trying to work through some church organizations, some other organization where we can get it on the continent. And like I said, people just need to learn the herbs. All these things are there on the continent. Get them, start boiling them at a certain level, drinking them, and they'll see the benefits. And the African one, love it, love the concept. And you'll see me next year, definitely.
Thank you so much. So a warm welcome and a goodbye to Decarbon for that wealth of knowledge. We're going to take a short break now before we come back with our additional speakers. Decarbon, once again, thank you. And thank you to the viewers and the listeners so far. A reminder that if you want to register your business to exhibit during the African Business Month, which is the month of November, do visit www.africanbusiness.org and register your business there. And for now, we will be back after a short break.
Much love, everyone.
Oops. please do bear with me. There should be something playing right now. But in the meantime, do let us know what you're getting out of the conference so far, which presentations you have enjoyed, what you like. I think next time or throughout the rest of the month. Thank you very much. And next up, we are joined by Dr. Unati, a family physician based out in Canada. And she's joining the platform with us now to come and share her, I was going to say her story, but welcome, Sister or Dr. Unati. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you so much, Angie. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thank you for having me.
Oh, no, welcome very much. I am, for the viewers that may see, I'm not Bidemi. Look like Bidemi. Sister Bidemi has stepped out, so I'm just taking over from her for the latter part of the show. So Dr. Unati joins us, and if I can let you give a brief introduction of yourself, Sister Unati.
Thank you so much, Sister Angie. Okay, I am Dr. Unati Makiwane. I'm a Pan-Africanist. I'm South African, and I reside in Canada. It's been 10 years now. And a family physician, a GP, basically, here in Canada. I run a private practice. It's a solo practice. So if anyone is looking for work, I have few spots for people who are looking for work, who can work in Canada. Basically, I do a lot of stuff. I'm also the medical director of the Black Mental Health Matters here on GPAN, our United States of African Facebook page here. I run it on Saturday. So if you have not followed that show, you definitely want to join us. We talk about mental health issues that affect Black people from all walks of life. Basically, we are in the Caribbean, in the Pacific, in the diaspora, basically, and in the African space. So follow us. And also I run weekly, also on Sundays, I run men's health talk show where I have a community of men globally. We have people in Europe, in Africa, in North America, joining us, talking about everything that basically concern men. It could be mental health, physical health, and financial health. So I bring all speakers here from all walks of life. Like I said, all these people who have expertise to take us through. I also do coaching here. I work with a lot of organizations, schools, immigration, and also churches and just private organizations. I speak on mental health in children and also in basically generally in people. As my work, I do everything concerning physical health or primary care. Basically, I'm pro disease prevention. I know that a lot of times as Africans, a lot of times people don't screen for diseases. And I always say we have good genes. Let's preserve them. Let's preserve them by doing what? By taking care of our bodies. So I'm a primary care health personnel. Basically, I'm a big health disease prevention person. So basically, I've been working for 14 years and I just launched my course here for men. Like I said, I'm big with men's health, titled Men Get Depressed Too. It's available on my website here. We can leave that website. People are loving it. I'm a strong believer of men as kids, as boys, we're told to be strong, to be resilient, not to feel their emotions. That's why we see a lot of men or boys sent to the wars to be soldiers, because the societies we live in, not only in Africa, globally, men are perceived to be strong. And unfortunately, that kind of contributed to a lot of mental health issues. A lot of times, as we all know, gender-based violence, it's usually men. I mean, we do have women who are abusive, but the stats, mostly it's men who are committing this. And it comes from, or it stems from many things: repressed or maybe suppressed emotions from childhood, or a lot of times we have our African men here who were abused as children, sexually, physically, emotionally. So these are the things that contribute to mental health. And unfortunately, men have no outlet. So I'm coming up here to be that advocate, because I also have a boy child whom I want him to be vulnerable and feel his emotions. So I would like people to get on that course if you have not registered. It's a lifetime course where I take you through 10 weeks. If you have time, you can even do it shorter than 10 weeks, where you dive deep into your soul and go to those stories, those untapped stories that you have suppressed along the way. Because unfortunately, they are showing up in your relationship, at your workplace, in your parenting. A lot of times people, they change partners because they are running away from themselves. So this course is taking each one of us to our souls, to go to those uncomfortable stories we have suppressed along the way. Because like I said, they are showing up in our relationships, how you are showing up to your partner. Maybe you are not showing affection to your wife or to your partner because you were at some point molested. You have never learned to be vulnerable and show up and show your affection because it was suppressed. You were at some point abused in your childhood. So these are the things that unfortunately a lot of times people suppress them. They do not want to talk about them because it was shame to even talk about them in the families, because a lot of times these things, a lot of times boys would be molested by an uncle or a cousin in the house. And your parents would definitely let you know that, shut up, don't talk about it because it will bring shame to your family. But these things, unfortunately, they are buried. These are seeds that are buried that unfortunately show up in how you are showing up to the world, to your relationships, to the people around you. Maybe you are suppressing anger. Maybe you were raised by an abusive father or an uncle, right? And this is how you are doing it because that's what you know. This is a template you were given. Watching up. I always say when we are young, 6-7-year-olds, we are watching the surroundings. We are watching how the adults that are in our lives are doing things. So this is a course for someone who wants to restart or who wants to reset or who wants to live a fulfilled life. And sometimes some people, they're even fearful of starting a business. We are talking about business this month. Maybe you have that idea, but you are fearful of failure. Because maybe that's what you were told as a young boy. Maybe that's what you were told, that you will never be anything. You will never amount to anything. This is a cause for you. This is a cause for you to tap into your wealth of intelligence. Because I believe all of us here, we are given intelligence. We are given seeds. All of us have mustard seeds that are ready to be watered. So this is a place, this is a platform for you to tap into that. Thank you so much for this opportunity, Angie. I'm hoping our African and African brothers and sisters will actually tap into these spaces. We are given opportunities to get into these opportunities because indeed we need more businesses in Africa. We need to keep businesses in Africa. So this is something that I'm so grateful to be part of. And I'm so grateful to mentor anyone, young people who are interested into getting into medical school, ask questions. I'm going to leave my email here, my website. Check out my website, learn stuff. And remember this, in the African soil, we have people that are big in IT, in science, in law, in medicine. There's so much creativity that is coming out of Africa. And we need more of all of that because we have the intelligence in Africa. We don't need outside world to be what we want to be. We are here to embrace and empower young people who are coming up, who want to be big. And remember this, we are our own captains. That story you were told when you were young, it's not true. This is your opportunity to tap into those DNA seeds that were given to you, to water them and be the best self you can ever be. Thank you so much, Angie, for this opportunity. You are muted, Angie.
Thank you. It's always bound to happen once. Thank you very much for being on the platform and for the work that you do. The mental health for us as a people is huge because it's not something that we typically do. And it's so wonderful to see so many professionals really entering that space, because we know that through our collective journey, we've been through a few things where you would think that, yeah, mental health may be an issue, you know? So thank you for the wonderful work that you are doing. And we will see you another time. And like Dr. Inati said, please do tune in on Saturdays. I think it's around, did you say 4 p.m. EAT? But every Saturday there is a show dealing with Black mental health matters. So there's an invitation for everybody to tune in every Saturday. So bye for now, Dr. Inati, and thank you. We'll see you again.
Thank you.
And so our next guest coming on is a gentleman by the name of Donovan Simon. I'm just going to, before he comes on, want to give you a little background. If my screen will share with you. So if you just bear with me one moment, then we can do this. Okay. Yeah. I'm hoping that you can actually see the screen. It may be even quicker for me to ask Brother Donovan to introduce himself. But as you can see for yourselves, we have Brother Donovan Simon, who is the president of Jamaican Canadian Association in Alberta, so an author, a principal consultant with strategic acceleration services, and is a leadership expert in technology and industry. He has a lot more to share with you when he comes on himself. But for the to do that without any further delay.
Hi, Angie.
Brother Donovan, can you hear us?
I can hear you clearly. Can you hear me?
Hello, how are you doing?
I am pretty good, thank you. How about yourself?
Can hear you perfectly. Sorry about that.
That's
yes,
okay.
I'm doing well, thank you. I don't want to take up much time. I want to give the audience the chance to learn about the things that you've got to share with them. So are you good to go?
We are good to go, for sure.
Okay, do let me know if you and when you need to share anything, and I'll try to facilitate that. But otherwise, over to you, my dear.
Okay. All right. Well, first of all, thanks for the opportunity to be a part of the African Business Month and to share some perspectives. My name is Donovan Simon. I think you talked about that. I'm with the Jamaican Canadian Association, Alberta. I'm based in cool Calgary. I've been here for a little under 20 years. Today, what I'm going to be talking about, though, has nothing to do with being in Calgary. In fact, it's going to speak to my Jamaican roots. And the conversation is going to be about Pan-Africanism and Garvey, because Garvey, Jamaica's first national hero, started, I was part of this conversation around Pan-Africanism for a long time. And the question that I want to challenge our audience with today is, have we been able to move that conversation forward sufficiently to transition from the state of economic dependence to the state of economic independence, which is what Garvey was promoting, and also whether or not the Jamaica, Caribbean, African connections are strong enough to drive the type of economic growth that all of us in the African diaspora and also from the African continent in particular are able to achieve. Let me ensure that my screen is being shared. Let's make sure that no. So just give me 1 second here. I want to make sure that we're sharing my screen.
Yeah.
All right, we're doing a screen share here.
Sorry.
All right, let's make sure. Are you seeing my screen here?
Screen.
Okay.
I see. I did see it briefly. Oh, there it is. Let me add it for you.
Okay. All right. So I do a program on Facebook called Watagwan, just to discuss content around our community. It's on a Friday night on Facebook for those who are in the mountain or eastern time zone. You can possibly jump on, but it doesn't matter, wherever you are, that content is available. Primarily, what I want to look at is a statement that is quoted over and over and over again. Way back in 1937, Marcus Garvey, who I said is Jamaica's first national hero, made this profound statement about the need to emancipate ourselves. And the point I want to call out is that that statement was made over 8 decades ago, right? So here we are 80 years later, still having this conversation about Pan-Africanism and freedom and independence and economic growth and wealth for Africa and its people, wherever they are. And I think the question that we should ask ourselves is, why haven't we gotten further? What is it that has limited our growth? And how does the people in the diaspora move from where we are today, the same place in some cases that we were 80 plus years ago, right, to that place of achievement where we are satisfied with the state of our economies and where economic growth is meaningful? But before I go even deeper, I think it's important to set the context around Pan-Africanism and what we see of it and how we interpret it. These are just 2 statements, and I think there are many others. But I think the key in this statement, or in these statements for me, is the sense that it is supposed to be about unity, and unity that is translated in a number of different ways, both economically, socially, and politically. The other thing about Pan-Africanism that I think we should accept is that it is far-reaching, and therefore, while the word diaspora may not have been popular 80 years ago, it was intended to speak to everybody of African descent, no matter where you are. And therefore, the conversation that we're having today, I think, should ensure that it speaks to all of us, whether we are resident in the UK, in the US, in Africa, in the Caribbean. People of African descent who embrace this concept of Pan-Africanism should then look at different indicators to see how it is affecting us all across. And as a Jamaican, as somebody from the Caribbean, I want to look at it from that particular perspective. So one of the areas that I looked at as I prepared for this conversation was trade. How do we create economic exchange? And I broadened the conversation to even look at CARICOM, the Caribbean Community, group of member states based or situated in this side of the world. And the trade between Africa and the Caribbean is negligible, to say the least. The conclusion that we can draw is that the Africans in the diaspora in the Caribbean are either not benefiting or contributing to the economic exchange in any material way as it relates to Africa. And the question, I'm sure, that pops up on the small business person's mind, the large business person's mind, is why not? And what are the hurdles? What are the barriers? What is it that had caused that? Especially in the context that there is growth happening in Africa. In fact, the African Development Bank reported that Africa are the second fastest growing economy in the world. So forget China for a little bit, and we should be looking at Africa as an economic engine for the world. And I know in the last 9 months, well, let's call it 6 to 9 months with the COVID pandemic, things would have slowed down somewhat. But there's no doubt that the record of economic growth in Africa over the last few years, right, is an indicator that there is sufficient economic activity happening that can be translated into other areas of the African diaspora. And the question is, why not? If Africa is growing, 3 to 5%, as indicated on this slide in the last little bit, and CARICOM is barely growing under 1%, is it a case of leadership? Is it a case of awareness? Is it a case of logistics? Is it a case of distance that is limiting the trickle-down effect of economic growth between Africa and the diaspora, including Jamaica, and whether or not the concept of Pan-Africanism is really at work in a true sense, or is it truly lip service, and that 80 years later, we're in the same space? And let's dig a little deeper, because I think it's important as we shape up this conversation that we look at, so what's the real detail behind, let's say in this case, Jamaica. I pulled this list from some stats about Jamaica and the imports. Where are things coming from? And I'm not putting this slide up because I want people to just notice the top 10. I'm putting up because I want us to notice who is not in the top 10. None of our African countries, none of our African sister nations are a part of the top 10 countries from which we import product. But let's look at the flip side of that. Exports. Now, Jamaica exports a lot of product, but look at where they go. So if we look at it from a simple trading perspective, right, and this whole question of economic growth, from a Jamaican perspective, and we can broaden that out into a CARICOM perspective, right? There simply is no significant amount of trade going on. Now, the Jamaican GDP is driven primarily by tourism. Jamaica's GDP is about 27 billion US dollars. 34% of that is driven by tourism. So it's not just a case of goods and services that are moving between the countries. It's also a question of people. And if we were to look at airlift, if we were to look at the tourism product, and if we were to broaden that discussion into looking at it from a Caribbean perspective, the numbers remain the same. So we could morph the conversation, therefore, into a political one, right? And way back in the 1970s, a group called the ACP, the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States, was formed. And one of its objectives, as listed on the screen, was to support and drive sustainable development through economic integration, which would lead to poverty reduction and prioritize matters that make for, what is a nicely worded objective, a more equitable world order. And we could measure the degree of success of not just the ACP group, but the other groups that have been formed to drive this concept, however subtly in some cases, of Pan-Africanism. And we could measure wealth. So, maybe a piece of homework for some of those watching is to look at the wealthy nations in Africa, South Africa, Nigeria, others, lots of resources, and look at the GDP or the GDP per capita in these countries and question what is it that has not worked for our countries. Why Jamaica, despite its prominence in reggae and sports and arts and culture, has the second lowest GDP in the Caribbean, $9,200 per capita. But look at even Nigeria, $5,900 per capita, right? Which, in all fairness and based on the wealth that we have, should be greater. And the question I think that comes out of that is, what are we doing as a people, right, to ensure that we're using these fundamental principles that Garvey exposed way back in the 1930s and 40s around the need for unity, around the need for economic independence, around the need for solidarity, around the need for understanding what our real hurdles are. What are the real hurdles to our economic growth and success? Because if we don't, then we'll continue staying in this vortex of conversation and not truly moving forward and reducing poverty and increasing wealth and sustaining each other's growth. I saw a question pop up on the screen around agribusiness. And why isn't there more agricultural trade and economic cooperation in these areas between Africa and the diaspora? Here are some of the key messages that I think that we have to continue to consider and find solutions to as we talk about, whether it's Jamaica, the Caribbean, this whole concept of Pan-Africanism and economic growth. There are countless similarities between what is happening in Africa as the continent and the Caribbean. I just listed one, which is the level of GDP per capita, the level of wealth per individual within our different countries, and whether or not that distribution is equitable and at the level that it should be based on the resources that we have in our respective countries. I think it's also important to consider and accept that the messages of 8 decades ago remain relevant, which is the need for us to look at economic sustainability as part of the output of mental emancipation, seeing ourselves differently. Dr. Unati just made a point in her little presentation about our capacity, our capability, our skills, the quality of our scholars, the things that we have been able to do and achieve as a people. But in order to make that achievement, we have to accept responsibility, that we have a key role to play in our situations. And we have played a significant role as a people in where we are. Look at our political leadership. Look at the things that we have failed to do politically and socially, right? And accept that responsibility. I think it's also important to accept that our visionaries were on target. The voices of Garvey and Mandela and Nkrumah and others continue to ring true. And the question is, how do we ensure that those voices, as a Jamaican national hero, Garvey's voice has reached the world, but how do we ensure that those visions become reality? We have to accept that many efforts have been made as well and continue to be made. I heard D-Carbon talking about some stuff around health, right? Lots of people have made efforts. Lots of efforts continue to be made. And it's something that we've got to acknowledge, because if not, we're going to feel as if nothing was done. We've got to continue to try and understand that it seems like a lifelong journey, and we're going to have to pass the baton on to others. I want to wrap up my segment with another voice. Jamaica continues to speak to Pan-Africanism through different voices. And the great Bob Marley spoke about the importance of Africa uniting, the importance of us understanding who we are as a people, understanding that we have to pass these messages down to our children, understanding that we have a role, a key role to play in our success, both for those of us who don't live on the continent and those who live on the continent, to see it as something that we all have to find our place in order to get to the solutions that we aspire to, which is economic growth, economic wealth, pride, and success for our people. It's a long-standing discussion. It's something that all of us have a role to play in. The conversation continues. It has been going on for a long time. The voice of Garvey continues to ring true today. And I think Jamaica and the Caribbean and all the Africans in the diaspora have a role to play in driving economic wealth, economic growth for all of us, both for those on the continent of Africa and those of us out in the diaspora. I'm the president for the Jamaican Association in Alberta. Here's my contact information. You can jump on our website, jump on our social media, see what we do as part of this. And I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak to this conference. And I'll hang on here for a second because there might be an opportunity to answer a question or two before my time is done. I don't know if you're still there, Angie. You are.
Thank you so much, Brother Donovan. Maybe we took down too long the details, but we'll try and circulate that to the brothers and sisters. Very insightful, like you're saying, the top 10 of where all our things are coming from. And some of these things we know, but I think we cannot be reminded of them too much, because I think we can learn and then we forget and we get complacent. But then we have to remember why we are in the position that we are in. So lots of thanks on the platform. I shared comments that were coming through as they were. But we do need to understand our economic history. Absolutely. I think we need to understand all our history. But given that the first thing that we are trying to do really via Pan-Africanism is to build a strong economy, for us as a people, wherever we are, group economics, it is crucial. So thank you so much for sharing that. We don't have any comments, but if you have, and I'll echo this, that Sister Andrea is saying that this was great. Thanks, Don Simon, very informative. Absolutely. So thanks again for your time.
You're welcome, Angie.
We look forward to hosting you again, maybe next year or at another one of our conferences.
For sure. Thanks. Take care and all the best for the conference.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye. Okay, and so moving on to our next speaker. Before I mention that, please do continue to post your comments. They're very insightful, engaging. If there are things that we cannot deal with during the conference, we will seek to try and deal with them after, whether it's another conversation, whether it's a post or contact details, but we do see everything. We are live. Another reminder that today, the first ever Global Pan-Africanism Network Business Month, African Business Month conference kicks off African Business Month. So if you are a business, however large or small, and you would like to exhibit your products or services during the month of African Business Month this November, please do visit www.africanbusinessmonth.org and register your business. Now, moving on to our next speaker is a lovely lady by the name of Miss Akiri Reese. I will add her, and she happens to be the CEO of the Caribbean Travel Agency. And it's an honor to be joined by Ms. Reese. Sister Atherine, can you hear me?
Yes,
can you
I can
unmute
hear
yourself?
you.
I can't unmute you from. Wonderful.
I can hear you.
Wonderful. A warm welcome to the African Business Month Conference. Thank you for joining us. I really don't want to waste any time because I want you to use your full time to really share your knowledge with the viewers. So over to you, my dear.
Okay, first I must say thank you, Angie, for this opportunity, allowing me the space whereby I can address our noble people and all Pan-Africanists and the people who are revolutionized and have Africa's interests first. I must say, before I go any further, that the first thing we Africans must do is to return to God, or by whatever names we call the Supreme Being. We must not leave out that. My name is Atherine Reese, but I call myself Atherine X. This is until I receive my real name from the motherland, Africa. I am the offspring of your brothers and sisters who was kidnapped, brutalized, and tortured. Our names, cultures, education, language, wealth, dignity, identity were stripped and stolen from us. Words cannot adequately describe the atrocities that our ancestors experienced. They were hung in trees, babies were fed to the crocodiles. Rapes were rampant. Mother's stomach was torn open with a sword, and she and her baby fell in the grave that they made our fathers dug, and then made him cover it while other villagers looked on in fear. I come from the land where the slave code was written that we Africans are only 3/5 of human and not real human, ruled and is still being ruled under tyranny. I am a stolen child of Africa. As a child growing up in the Caribbean, we were taught that Africans are savages, and it was embedded in us that Africa was not a good place to go. Now, I think this should answer some of the questions that our last speaker was referring to. He wanted to know, well, about our economy and why probably we're still struggling, stuff like that. Now we have to know our history and why we are still in this mode, because we have to be able to do something for ourselves, because our minds were programmed not to travel to Africa because it is a war-torn country full of diseases and poverty. This is what we were taught. This was embedded in our minds so much that even today, we still have lots of African descendants who are afraid to visit Africa because of this information. As Stephen Biko has expressed, the most potent weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. Our minds were conditioned against ourselves from an early age. I learned a little of the slave trade in secondary school and questioned many things, which made me realize and gave me the burning desire that one day I must visit the motherland, Africa. The focus on Africa was also instilled in me from my great leader and spiritual teacher, Patriot Granville Williams. He was the leading Pan-Africanist in the Caribbean in the 1950s to 2013, who taught our people about African spirituality, virtues, and connections. And before he transited, his focus was taking our people back to Africa. My last assignment from my spiritual leader, Granville Williams, is to prepare and take our people back to Africa. I am bound by this commitment. That's why I am also in the field of travels, where I have done lots of research and have assisted many brethren who were stuck in the Caribbean to get back home, and even some to get here to the Caribbean. As I researched the route to travel from the Caribbean to Africa, I realized that this route was made very difficult. Why is it that our ancestors were brought through what is called the Middle Passage to the Caribbean? But when their offspring seek to return to Africa, that same passage is closed to us. Why? We have to travel up north, then travel backwards, making the journey twice longer for us to go back home, which is just next door to the Caribbean. Why? Why is it made so expensive and difficult to travel back to our motherland? This also is a question that we, the Caribbean, will ask. But my team of dedicated travel agents have been working on cultivating this critical travel relationship between the Caribbean and Africa. It has not been an easy task. Many stumbling blocks are in the way, and we still have to ask our question ourselves why. We have an idea why. For instance, if you airlines ask for over $1 million for only one return trip from Africa to the Caribbean, travel is made extremely difficult also for our people at home in Africa to travel also to other destinations. Why? Many stumbling blocks such as visa restrictions, just in transit through Europe to travel to the Caribbean. The asks for various documentation, and even though it is given, most times our people are not given the visas. There are many other routes whereby our people can travel to, but it is extremely expensive. And even if our people in Africa get to the Caribbean, there are stumbling blocks at the immigration where they may not be allowed entry into the island. We have to address these situations. We are all aware of the slave trade and what happened. We need not dwell on it. We have to look for solutions. But we cannot ignore the fact that these stumbling blocks are there and we have to join together to move them. What I will say, that some of our Caribbean leaders have already started towards this venture through the hard work of the Caribbean Pan-Africanists, because we have been working hard and lobbying for years, and some of our Caribbean leaders are now awakening. Africa is approximately 5 to 8 hours from the Caribbean. Yet we are taken from the Caribbean up to North America to bring us back right down another 8 hours, which is double the length of time that we should be traveling. Africa, the Caribbean, and Africa children throughout the diaspora is capable and must trade with each other. But transportation is one of the key problems. Africa, the motherland, is the richest continent in the world, and yet we have been brainwashed to think otherwise. But today, we will move away from that narrative and speak about the solutions for a better and a brighter future. The first key area is trade and transportation. Many of us in the Caribbean are anxious to visit our motherland, Africa, to reconnect our culture, anxious to see our people, trade with our people, and also to find out who we are and from which tribe. We need our own aircrafts, ships, submarines, aerospace crafts, internet service, and platforms. We need to unite, network, and come up with ideas of communication, which could be through educating our people of themselves first. Because one of our problems in the Caribbean, our people don't know who they are. Our work in the Caribbean as Pan-Africanists was a very difficult one. We are now seeing a little light at the end of the tunnel. But our work was extremely difficult because we have been brainwashed so much that we hated ourselves. And we didn't even want to hear the word Africa called. When I was small growing up, that was the trend. But now we are overcoming. So there's light at the end of the tunnel. We need to trade with each other because I believe our products are the best and will not be inferior products as produced in other places. We need our traditional doctors, our medicines that is good for us, the original people of the earth. We need our traditional doctors. We need our herbal medicines. This can only be achieved if we get our own people to control their own transportation and control our own destiny. This, we must work towards. We must come together as a people. We must get our people in Africa and throughout the diaspora to work together and let us come together, pool our resources like other nations. They pool their resources and they work towards achieving one goal. And it is time that our African brothers and sisters realize that, because united we stand, but divided we will get nowhere. All the talk we talk, all the meetings we keep, and we don't unite, we don't come together as one, we will be history. But, however, there is hope beyond the horizon. Caribbean and African travel linkages are key to promote business, trade, and cultural exchanges. The possibilities are endless. I believe that we have brothers and sisters in Africa that can focus on transporting our people using the shorter route, which is the Middle Passage. In the past, Marcus Garvey succeeded in taking home a few of our people in ships. And that was a great achievement. I believe, however, that the Supreme Being is making it become a reality, that the door of no return will be the door to return, for it is written, our people will stretch forth their hands for their children throughout the diaspora. I thank you. And I pray that Africa will unite, because this is the only hope of survival, whereby we can trade with each other and if we come together as one people. My peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sista Shanice. Thank you for joining us today. yeah, there's a lot that resonates with people, and I was sharing that, you know, people saying yes, definitely we need our shipping and air routes. There's a lot that we need to do. Doloma says that Africa must be the producer and manufacturer of what we consume. Very true, because apparently, despite the fact that, let's just say, the majority of the world's raw materials come from Africa, the trade value of those things is like less than 0 point something percent, and then we hardly manufacture anything as well. So yeah, a lot of what you said hits home, and we do need to see how we close that gap, close that loop, and everybody play their part. So thank you so much, Sister Atherine, once again. We look forward to hosting you at another event at some point. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you very much for having me, and I am hoping for the day when we will all unite as one, because that's our only hope. Unity is strength, and we must unite. And we have all the materials in Africa. We don't need anyone. We have it all, but we are giving it away, and we are remaining on the poverty level. Why? We have to pull ourselves out of that. So we need our own transport. And I spoke about the physical transport. We have the spiritual transport, of course, because no one can take that from us. But we need the physical transport as well. Okay? We need to work towards it. We need to awaken our people especially those who are financially strong. You know, and Africa can produce their own aircrafts. We did it in the past, and we need to do it again.
Yes, absolutely.
So thank you. So our people need to awake. This is high time.
Thank you so much.
Very much.
You're welcome, sister. And so next we have one of our exhibitors joining us, and Ms. Wendy Tilburg. Sister Wendy is the CEO at Eagle High. I was thinking of something else. Eagle High Marketing, and she's come to let us know about the services that they provide. Sister Wendy, can you hear me? And can you unmute yourself, please?
Yes, I can hear you very perfectly. Yes.
Wonderful. Okay. Wonderful. Please do let the family know a little bit about Eagle High Marketing and what you provide. The platform's yours.
All right. Thank you. First of all, thank you for having me. I feel really like a very tiny fish in a huge pond. And yeah, so basically I'm going to do my best. But I created Eagle High Marketing because I was busy with Black businesses, and I was busy interviewing them about their history, how come they started their business, if they went through struggles. And then I saw that, okay, I'm preaching something. I'm trying to elevate the mindset of the youth, of the elders, to build their own businesses, to build on their talents. And I started thinking, okay, I have to walk the talk and create my own thing. So that's why Eagle High Marketing was created. But I have to say that once I started building this marketing agency, I realized that we are missing mentors, you know, like big time Black business owners who have years of experience in building businesses, and advice like, you know, we can read books, but having a real relationship with someone who went through the struggles, with someone who can guide you, hold your hand. And, you know, I've been telling people a lot that they should build on their talents, because I really strongly believe that the Black community is the most talented on this earth. But I understood that actually you can dream a lot, you can pray a lot, you can wish a lot, You can even start something, but at a certain point, you will reach a level where you're missing not the guru, the mentor, you're missing the person who can really hold your hand and tell you it's all right. You don't have the diplomas, you don't have the experience, but you have the drive, you have the heart. Just do this next step, and step by step help you grow. And I really, really believe we're missing examples. We have a lot. I'm basically here in Holland. I'm French Caribbean from an island called Martinique. I was born in Paris and I live in Holland. And here in Holland, you have only in the capital, which is Amsterdam, you have more than 200, let me think, more than 250 Black businesses that I never heard about. And that is why I started the Black Wealth. It was called Black Wealth, the channel about interviewing Black business owners, because I was like, okay, that's good. I want to refocus my financial power towards my people, because other community are doing it perfectly. But now I want to act, stop debating, stop wishing, stop, because I like debates, but it doesn't go anywhere. So I started looking and I was like, man, how come they are in business for so long? I never heard about them. So basically the marketing part of a business is not the one we are the strongest in. And I learned that marketing is actually the business of every single business. You have to do 80% of marketing over your product or services. If nobody knows you're in the corner of my street, let's say, if I don't know that, I cannot invest in you, and word of mouth doesn't work with business. It can work to a certain extent, but yes. So that's why I started Eagle Eye Marketing, to make sure Black businesses were highlighted, to make sure people were connecting to the Black business owners. And to me, that's very important, because to have a list of businesses, it's nice, but to have the person, the face of the business, interacting, showing his personality. Now we build a family relationship. It's not anymore a business. It's more like, wow, I see my brother in him, or whoa, she's talking like my cousin. It's really my mindset is building the family back together. And everything started with me asking the creator, what should I do? What shall I do? And he told me basically, work for my community, but as clear as I'm telling you now. And I really believe like the most majority of our community is spiritual. It doesn't matter if you're Muslim, it doesn't matter if you're Buddhist. I think we are all searching for this connection with the creator. Then we put a title on it, but basically we are all on the same path. And so he told me, the power, the ultimate power, told me, work for my community. That's why I started Black Wealth. Then I asked for more details because I was lost. Work for my community means a lot. And he said the ultimate goal is to be one. Okay, that's huge. So be one, it can, how I can say, it can be under all kind of shapes, but actually we are all busy with different parts of the same body, so I would say someone has to really focus on his talent. And even if you are out of your comfort zone, and most of the time you will be like me right now, you have to go through. You have to try it. And that's where we need mentor, because we are talented, but we don't necessarily know what we are doing. And the advices, the comfort and even the, how I can say that, the positivity of someone, or even someone who's rough with you, but you know he knows what he's talking about. I think that's also something we should have before building airports, building a lot of things we are missing. It's really to hold hands, be together, help each other. One of my biggest dreams is to help other people, other sisters and brothers, to build their own business. But in my way of thinking, it's really the mentorship. It's really like, I hold your hand, you know, the next step is this, like a personal trainer, let's say, you know. And yeah, I strongly believe we need people who went through the struggle and who can show you, okay, you can do it. Because the youth is talented, but at a certain point you stop because the paperwork is scary, because you don't have the financials, because you don't know how to deal with money, because there's so many things, you know. So yeah, I started Eagle Hire Marketing to take care of our businesses, to make sure they are out there, they are on the social media platform where their clients are, and to make sure, you know, the job is well done, because also I'm very how I can say that, invested in the community, and I can do a lot just for the sake of helping someone. So, you know, why not doing it while paying my bills, basically. So yes, if you have any questions, I think I went through all the topics I wanted to cover. But yeah, basically, I really think we missing a lot, but the mentorship is essential. Yes. Sister Angela, you want to add something?
No, I was just coming on to thank you for being on, and to echo the fact that mentorship is absolutely crucial. We all need to be shown the way of doing something. I think we take it for granted, you know, these days, that if it's not your parents, and then outside of that, the people who know and are serious about success, they ask for help, and they look to those who have either been where they want to go or are slightly further ahead of them to pass down the jewels, because we don't necessarily have the time in life to learn everything ourselves, you know. So we should, when somebody's done something, like they have that phrase, there's no need to reinvent the wheel. So we can, what do they say, you know, stand on other people's shoulders. That doesn't mean that we take anything away from ourselves, but that's what actually helps us to find our own unique path. But first, you have to follow what somebody else is doing for you to get to a stage where you think, okay, that's what they were doing, and now this is what I want to do. So yes, 1000%, mentorship is crucial.
Yes, for sure. Can I add just a little thing, sister?
Of course, go ahead.
I was thinking, you know, while I was listening to all the sisters and brothers before me, the big word which came to my mind was propaganda. And you know, we talked. They say before me that our project, we should use our projects. We should make what we need and everything. But I think the very first evil seed is the propaganda that other communities are doing and have been doing against us. So if they bump your head with, oh, you're not worthy, your hair is not good, your skin is not good, or whatever, you don't have diplomas or whatever, if they bump your head with that, it becomes the self-hatred we are in right now. And I was thinking what we should do, because I'm in marketing, is the positive propaganda, you know, and also remove all the things we've been watching from you know, the black people in movies being killers, being drug dealers, being, you know, and focus on something worthy, and do our own propaganda about our services, about our community, about our power, really like bump our head, then the next generation is empowered to believe they're worthy. You know what I mean? Just a thought. Yeah.
No, absolutely, absolutely. We do. In my own way, we have to replace, don't we? Some will say unlearn, relearn, but we have to replace all the other things that we're being told that's not true with what will actually benefit and inspire and uplift and encourage us. So yes, again, I echo and reaffirm what it is that you're saying. Sister Wendy, thank you very much for spending your time with us and for that message. It is important that we really have to, like, we all need to know how to market us as a people. It doesn't necessarily mean our brand, but us as a people. We need to do that. So thank you so much.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
So that was Sister Wendy Tilburg, who is the CEO of Eagle High Marketing. And next we're to be joined by Brother Trevor. Let me get this right. Brother Trevor Omuni Palacio, he can explain that to you, who's the president of the International Garifuna Council, and he's going to come and speak to us about what he does and what that council represents, and yes, what they provide. Brother Trevor, how are you doing? Can you please unmute yourself?
Sister Angela, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm honored to be in the presence of a queen as usual.
Thank you very much.
You.
Thank you.
Thank you so much
So
for the
please
opportunity. My apologies. Go ahead.
Sorry to cut you. Yeah, no. I said I literally was going to say, please do go ahead. Let the viewers know a little bit about you, and especially about your organization, the International Garifuna Council. So I'm handing the platform over to you.
Again, thank you, Sister Angela, and thank you, President Daniel and Wambuno, for your persistence. Thank you for your consistency. Thank you for not giving up when times are hard, because times are continuously hard. There's a whole lot going on out there besides COVID-19. Again, name is Trevor Aurabuni Amurununi Palacio. I am a Garifuna brother, born in Belize, by the way of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The sister who spoke before me, we also have family in the Martinique and Dominique area in the Caribbean. And we are the International Garifuna Council. The Garifuna people are the people who have always been, are the Black people who have always been in the Western Hemisphere. So the story of 1492, Christopher Columbus discovering the Americas, and 1600s bringing Black people to this side of the world is 100% wrong. There were Black people out here, have always been here, and it was actually Africans who showed the Queen in Spain, Christopher Columbus, how to come to the West. So we were already connected. And the Garifuna people never dealt with slavery, but we ultimately were colonized like everyone else. And the International Garifuna Council is focused on establishing institutions, not organizations. So with all due respect, Sister Angela, we're not an organization. And we are adamant about being clear about that, such as the Global Pan-African Movement. It's not an organization. It is a movement. The last sister who spoke, Wendy, talked about the need for mentorships. I'm not against that. I'm with that. But we must be cautious with mentorships especially nowadays, because even the Black brothers and sisters who graduate from these elite universities, they're going to mentor us in the European way. They're going to teach us how they do it, not how we would do it. So there are things that we can learn and will learn that we can apply in our communities. But I believe that the reason we have not been able to establish institutions is because we're too busy trying to emulate. We're too busy trying to do what the Chinese did, do what the Greek did, do what the Italian, no, the French or the Germans. Let's not do exactly what they did. We must apply non-traditional tactic. The Garifuna were exiled from St. Vincent in 1797 by the British and the French. The French first tried, but they couldn't. The reason they couldn't defeat us was because our tactics were not traditional. We introduced them to the term guerrilla warfare. And then the British came in, they tried, but they couldn't defeat us because our tactics, and I'm speaking to the speakers before me, and we're speaking to the nation of Africa, and we're speaking to the entire African diaspora. They were not successful in defeating us because our tactics were non-traditional. We have to go back to non-traditional, and in this sense, it may sound like a contradiction. Non-traditional ways are the original ways of the man. Because modern day are non-traditional, are traditional ways of doing things in the modern sense of things. We live in a capitalist society, regardless of where you go, whether you're in Africa or Greece or Jamaica or Belize. It's all a capitalist society. So we got exiled in 1797, landed in Honduras, later moved to places like Belize, Guatemala, and Nicaragua. But we never were able to reestablish ourselves as an independent people. And it's been 223 years. But now the International Garifuna Council is here. And I'm honored to be the interim president, the president that has been chosen by the ancestors to do the job. President Daniel invited me to be a part of this platform because what we want to do in the West is to leverage ourselves with the resources that we have by creating businesses that are going to be Black owned, Black operated, to serve our community for us, by us. The first thing that we're going to focus on is nutraceuticals, plant-based medicine. The world is in need for the talent that we as Africans have when it comes to natural medicine. So we need mentorship. We need to start businesses. But above anything else, we have to be non-traditional in our approach, Sister Angela. That's the only way that we can move forward. We have to be non-traditional because that's how Shaka Zulu salute. Shaka Zulu salute. Shaka Zulu salute. That's how Shaka Zulu was able to defeat the British in South Africa until Negroes sold him out. It was the Negro who told the blue-eyed man how we operate. It was the Negro who told him, hey, you can't approach him from this angle. Shaka Zulu operates non-traditionally. This is a message to all of us. Angela, we need to go back to non-traditional methodology.
Are you still there, Brother Trevor?
I'm right here, sister.
Oh, okay, fine. I think
no,
I
just
lost.
giving you a chance to interact. I just don't want to speak. When we have a moderator as great as you are, you may raise a question that is meaningful to our audience. The floor is yours, Queen.
No, well, I was going to say that it was literally your platform to speak, but
You want some of these? You got.
I think.
Go
Oh,
ahead.
okay, sorry. I don't. Yeah, I didn't know where that sound came from. I heard you say interact, and I'm not sure you were just talking about me, but where I'm coming from is our general interaction. Like, we've had a lot of the speakers on the platform today, and you know, our main thing is to talk about how we unite on different levels. This is a Business Month conference. You know, how we can invest in Africa, invest in African business, how we can come together in many different ways to assist each other. And it touches on what initially I was going to speak about, which was actually bartering. And that comes, and it's so poignant what you're saying about going back to our traditional roots, because, you know, bartering, you know, like exchanging, not
Yeah.
using money, using other
Yeah.
forms of currency other than other than money. This is what we used to do pre-colonialism, you know. And I think what happens is that we get into a place, humanity, number one, but especially as a people, that the more we move towards quote unquote sophistication and convenience, we do away with some of the, you know, the oldest methods and knowledge, as if, you know, it's worthless.
But it's
And
by
actually,
design,
we haven't
sister.
realized.
It's by Sister
Absolutely,
Angela. It's by
that I agree
design.
with.
It's by design.
Absolutely, I agree. I agree with that. I agree
It's
with
by
that.
design. The enemy wants you to throw away what is rightfully yours in exchange for what they give you. Again, the enemy wants you to throw away what is rightfully yours. But what's crazy about it is they will take what's yours, change a couple of things in the narrative and make it their own.
Absolutely. So fair enough. We recognize that it's by design. So all the more important for us to remind ourselves, and if not, if it's reminding, like some of us, we need to know these things as if for the first time. You know, to go back and realize that, yeah, we did before. You know, we didn't only exchange or trade in money. Even before that, we used to exchange in goods. And the reason why this is relevant to us when we're talking about African business is partly because of this difference in mentality that we have, you know, matter of factly, between those of us on the continent and those of us in the diaspora when it comes to handling money. In the diaspora, it's like acceptance. And we know that it's like, yes, when you get involved with business, you're meeting somebody, you're collaborating, there's always going to be, and that is to a certain extent on the continent. My own personal experience, there is also the expectation that almost that from the diaspora, the only thing that can be brought is money. When in fact, it's clear that everybody to some extent is chasing money. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. And for me, speaking from the not-for-profit sector, which a lot of us are in, you know, I'm a founding member. Obviously, we're here representing or part of Global Pan-Africanism Network. I'm also a founding member of Power to Our Mothers Foundation Africa, you know, not-for-profit organizations. And in some senses, some people would think, but, you know, why do you have an organization? You want to help people, but you want to set something up, ask for money to then go and help people. From the diaspora, the expectation is that the only thing that you have to bring is money. And we are completely underestimating, not valuing the wealth that we have in our human resources. And that is the world over. But I see that with our people. For the not-for-profit sector, I think it's important that we're not dismissive of people when they say, of course, we're looking for money. But money is not the only way we get things done. If
Right.
you need money because you want to go and build something, okay, so you don't get the money. But guess what? Is the person that you are dealing with, do they know somebody that can build it for you, and that is their contribution? So in which case, money doesn't have to change hands. Do you understand?
Yeah. If I may,
There are
Sister
things that
Angela,
we need money for. Go ahead.
just as you're saying, money is not the only way to do things. But I just want to piggyback on an example of how we can utilize, and the barter system was an example, a perfect example of non-traditional tactic, right? That's the way we used to operate with each other, regardless of where on earth Black people were. It was through the barter system that we did everything. And in my Garifuna community, we still have some of that, but we're losing it. Again, like I said, we were never enslaved, but we were colonized. But a good example is this. There are things that I possess that you don't possess, such as location. I'm in the West, right here in the United States of America, right down the street from the Caribbean. You are in Africa. You're far from here. And I'm just talking about location. If there's anything you want to do in this location, in exchange for you to use land that I have as a Garifuna man in Honduras, Belize, Guatemala, St. Vincent, Nicaragua, whatever you have there in Africa that we need, right? And I'm gonna give you a good example. We have communities out here that still don't have lights, right? Solar panels can't exist without resources that come from Africa. It's cell phones. The cell phone that I'm on right now can't work without resources that come and can only come from Africa. So why don't we learn how to work with each other? Help me build this side is going to help you build that side. And like the elder Sister Reese said, what the hell is stopping us from building our own airplanes to create our own transportation system? The only thing that is stopping us is the fact that we have been colonized, and the education that we get does not teach you to build for yourself. It teaches you to go into a system, to be a part of that system and build that system. And the last person that system wants to build are people that look just like Angela, Trevor, and Daniel, and Wendy, and Sister Reese, and each speaker that spoke before.
I couldn't have put it better myself. So, like I said, for me, it's about that is why that we have to have this constant reminding of ourselves, because we forget, or maybe don't forget. I think maybe some of us underestimate the number of information, symbolism, suggestions, subliminal messaging, that is teaching us to go against our grain, to go against ourselves, to go against our. So it's like we're constantly having to fill up that, give ourselves those positive vibes that, no, we're not broken. We can work together. Yes, things have failed in the past, but that doesn't mean that, that has to be our fate going forward. So I love what you say about, how can we find a way to work together with what we have? Because the one thing, we're talking about money, but the one thing I haven't said, and I don't take for granted, is that we must also remember that we don't print our own money. So we are hooked into a system. Somebody else is controlling that money. We don't print it. So why don't we get back to dealing in things we can control, which is our own human resource. It is our services. So instead of paying somebody money, it's like, okay, I'm looking for this skill, whether it's digital.
Angela, we're also kind of losing grasp on the things that we can control. Because I'll give you an example. As a Garifuna man, we're autonomous. We own our own territory and we own our own land, right? But we still want to go to the white man to ask, can I do this? Can I do that? Can I do that in my territory? Can I do this? Can I do that? So we also invited, say for an instance, salute Julius Malema. Salute Julius Malema. Julia Malema said there should be no borders in Africa. None. Because they didn't exist until the white man brought borders. But why is it that we have black leaderships who enforce borders? It should be black leadership who tells the government, whoever they are, hey, we come from a non-traditional place where borders don't exist. A visa, and when I'm saying this, we're not asking. We're not asking that there not be borders. We should tell them, look, your visa program don't apply to me. It applies to other white people or other black people who adhere to your program. But me, I'm an original man. And since I'm an original man, there are no borders for me. And when leadership stands up like that, I promise you that there will be borders that are closed. And I'm just not talking about these physical borders that they create, but the financial wealth border, the political border, right? The fact that a black woman is most likely to die while giving birth, 66% most likely than any other group. That's a hurdle. That's a border. It's up to us to close every last one of them.
I don't know what else there is to say to that, other than this is African Business Month. This is the first African Business Month conference, and of all the wonderful messages that we have had and marketing, remember, it starts with us. And yes, this is Global Pan-Africanism Network, and when we talk about Pan-Africanism, essentially we're just talking about group economics. We're talking about investing in each other, supporting each other, whichever label that you say that.
Yes, ma'am.
So how can we do that? There's always ways, and it's so ingrained in us. We're so conditioned not to do that. So actually, our homework becomes always challenging and ask ourselves, how can I, what I'm going to do now, how can I do this in such a way that it benefits another African business, African slash Black, African heritage, it's all included, African business, another African person, because it will circulate, it will come back around. You know, people talk about karma and you think that where you give the thing is the same place that you get the thing. It's not like that. Energy is energy. Once you put it out there, it will come back to you, not necessarily from the same place. So the encouragement is always to be seeking to uplift ourselves. And you may not think that it doesn't have to be like, you know, you've got $5,000, pounds, whatever it is to drop, you know, to invest in a business. It could be like your weekly shop that you do with a brother or sister, you know, that sells things. The things may be, and they usually are. They may and usually are more expensive than maybe going to the Asian or the people. But we have to remember that our money, our currency, it's energy as well. And you putting that energy in a fellow sister brother's business is gonna, it will positively impact us as a people, even if you don't know how you see it.
Angela, if I may, my closing comment would be this.
Okay.
If you're going to be a part of ABM, you need to understand that we use words like business because they're a means to an end. The word business is means to an end. But what we're building here are not businesses. For any one of you who know Daniel President Daniel, and I salute you, sir. This man is not looking to build businesses. If you know Angela, like I've come to know Angela, this woman is not trying to build businesses. This woman and this man and these men and women are looking to build institutions. Institutions. Because businesses open and close every day. Don't forget that. Businesses open and close every day. Nonprofits, NGOs, they open and close daily. But institutions do not. The second thing that we're here to build as the ABN is legacy. Legacy through the vehicle of institution. If you are listening right now and you are a person of color and you understand that enough is enough, don't look to build another business. And if you clearly if you clearly hear what we're saying to you, build a business, but don't think of that business as a business. Think of that business as an institution. Think of that business as a legacy that will be passed on, that is going to make sure that people that look you and I are economically represented appropriately and are positively politically represented. That's the only way. Because a lot of the problems that we have, Angela, we don't have to have. We don't. Because God, the most beneficent, Yahweh, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, have given us everything that we need to thrive, not just survive. It is leadership like you, Sister Angela. It is leadership like you, Brother Daniel, that I know makes me feel confident that the God that has made us, Elohim, our creator, has never abandoned us and is with us, because people like you are here to reignite the light that never was turned off. But in order for that to happen, there has to be unity. We can't try to be like the enemy. We can't do what they do, Angela. We have to go back to non-traditionalism and focus on building institutions and legacy. Salute.
Thank you so much, Brother Trevor. Thanks for joining us. Always a pleasure to have you on the platform. And yes, I echo what you say. In terms of legacy, I think that's the biggest thing, our legacy. And it's really about having that foresight and forethought. I think one of the speakers did maybe mention that earlier. But yes, it's what it was in the context of building generational wealth as well. That's legacy.
Yeah.
So that what we do today is not just for tomorrow. And the most important thing is we don't have to be here to enjoy it. We're leaving those for our children, our children's children, their children's children, and the rest of it. So I echo that 1000%. Build institutions and what is our legacy.
Yep.
So we're about time to wrap up this conference. As I said, I'm Angela Santiamar. I've taken over from my wonderful colleague, Sister Bidemi Adedire, who had hosted the first portion. And we have had some amazing speakers for this, our first ever African Business Month conference. There is still an opportunity for you as a business to register with us if you would like to exhibit your products and services during this African Business Month of November. If you want to do that, please visit www.africanbusinessmonth.org and register your business there. I cannot go without mentioning one of our questions from our viewers who are watching us on Eventbrite. Mr. Stephen White has asked whether we would be keeping the bronze, silver, and gold memberships for registration, given that this is a month-long conference and a series of exhibitions. And the answer is yes. So if you do go and register, you will find that you still the opportunity at those different levels, bronze, silver, and gold. And so I want to thank all the magnificent speakers that we've had today, all the exhibitors for letting us know about their products and services. Important. What African business or African institution are you investing in right now? Whether it's one cedi, €1, £1, $1, one kwacha, one shilling, you know, how many different currencies? What African business are you investing in right now? That's for you to think about. And thank you to Brother Trevor again for joining us.
And Sister Angela, I don't want to be rude, but I'm in New York City right now. I live in California, but I'm way on the East Coast, rallying our people to show up and vote. Tuesday, November 3rd is election day right here in the United States of America, and we want everyone to know you all of us have family in the U.S. Call your family members, tell them to show up to the poll and vote on Tuesday, November 3rd.
Okay, you heard him. Tuesday the 3rd of November. You're welcome, Brother Trevor. Until next time. And so I would like to invite Brother Daniel to come and help us close out this conference today. Like I said, thank you to all the speakers who have given up their time today, all the exhibitors. That's a good investment. That's a good investment in our people, in other businesses, the collective energy. It is good. We need to have these conversations. Some people may feel that, oh, it's just a lot of talking and what have you. But like I said, every day we're bombarded with information, symbols, messaging, knowledge. Well, question whether it's knowledge, but that is unnatural to us. It goes against who we are and what we need to do as a people to thrive, like Brother Trevor said, rather than survive. So we always need to be topping ourselves up with knowledge, and I think more importantly, just things that uplift us. You know, it's good to take self-responsibility, but it's also the positive. We must have things that uplift us, because otherwise we just get stuck in the seriousness of everything. So I thank everybody for tuning in live or on replay. The videos are available on YouTube, on the United States of Africa page, the African Business Month page, and the video will also be available on replay on the United States of Africa Facebook page on replay. And a great thanks to, again, hosted it, Damali Ssali, who you had the privilege of hosting earlier. And I now just want to hand over to the President of the again, just our conference for today. Greetings, Brother Daniel.
Greetings, Sister Angela. Thank you very much for hosting this program. And I'd like to thank all the guests and the speakers. The Pan-African spirit. Thank you very much for all the speakers and all the exhibitors for being part of the African Business Month conference. We have learned a lot, and I've been personally energized by the presentations that we have seen. There's a lot that we have learned, but this is the time now to put into practice. I'd also like to encourage African businesses to register and be part of the African Business Month. Experience the African Business Month and be part of this historical event. Thank you, Sister Angela.
My pleasure, Brother Daniel. So last call. Thank you everyone for tuning in. If you're a business, please do visit africanbusinessmonth.org. If you want to register to exhibit throughout the month or at some stage during the month of November, which we have designated African Business Month Conference. Thank you all for your time and energy. Stay tuned. We have lots more coming. And we wish you all the best for the rest of your day, wherever you are in the world. I'm signing off from the President, Daniel Mombono, and myself, Angela Antioma. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sister Angela.
My pleasure.